Morning, honorable speakers, guests, and participants. Welcome to the third annual Go South Convention held by Institute of International Studies under the Department of International Relations, Universitas Gadjah Mada. My name is Mariola, and I will be your host for today. We are pleased to introduce Go South 2021 official partner area, Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia. Established in 2007, AREA is an international organization providing support to
Recording in progress.
providing support to the chair of the ASEAN Summit and the East Asia Summit through policy research focusing on three pillars: deepening economic integration, narrowing development gaps, and achieving sustainable development in the region. The 2021 Go South Convention theme is International Order Beyond the Pandemic, Repositioning of the Global South. The conference will be held for 3 days from 13th until the 15th of September. It is divided into two sessions, which are seminar and panel discussion. For today, there will be a seminar followed by a panel discussion on South-South cooperation and the reconfiguration of geopolitics. On the second day of the convention, the 14th of September, the conference will start with a panel discussion with the topic of climate justice and environmental issues in Global South, followed by a seminar at 1 o'clock. Furthermore, on the third and last day of the convention, there will be 3 panel discussions, which covers consistent resilience, pandemic development and resistance, theorizing Global South, representation, moral basis, and realpolitik, and last but not least, digital global development from digital inequality to digital justice. Furthermore, the convener of the convention, Dr. Lukmanul Hakim, will explain a little bit about Go South.
Thank you, Mariola. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lukmanul Hakim, the Director of the Institute of International Studies, Department of International Relations, Universitas Gadjah Mada. I'm also the convener of the third annual conventions on the Global South that is held today and the next 2 days. This year, our topic is International Order Beyond the Pandemic, Repositioning of the Global South. First of all, I would like to welcome you, the honorable speakers, presenters, participants, colleagues, and guests to this very important event. The Institute and the Department of International Relations have committed to develop multidisciplinary studies on the diverse issues of the Global South. Initiated from the conference in 2015 entitled Beyond Bandung, Rethinking International Order in Identity and Justice, organized in collaborations with the University of Queensland, we have regularly organized annual conventions of the Global South since 2019 onward. This aims at facilitating vibrant discussions and enhancing knowledge on Global South studies by bringing scholars, practitioners, researchers, as well as students across the globe. However, the ultimate target is not producing descriptive studies on various issues related to the Global South. Beyond geographical and historical reference, Global South is essentially a way of thinking and practicing of international relations. Its main orientation is to change Global South from object to subject in the reordering of the global politics driven by the spirit of justice and emancipations. Even the shortened name of these conventions, that is Go South, is often translated in the dictionary as failed or worse. We need to reclaim the meaning of Global South. Indeed, Global South is a political project. Respected speakers and participants, why is such orientations relevant today? In our time, we are witnessing rapid change from technological advancement and climate change to health crisis and geopolitics. More specifically, the 2 decades of global war on terror discourse and global national pandemic governance have not only transformed our global world and our life in unprecedented ways. The specific knowledge emerged or engineered by these discourses have also dominantly influenced our way of thinking and of doing politics. All these change have greatly altered the architectures of global politics, especially in drawing and redrawing global North and global South relations. Indeed, this change bring about complex challenges as well as opportunities, out of which thinking about the repositioning of the global South is made possible. The annual conventions on the global South is an avenue and a platform to endlessly explore possibilities and draw up the spaces of struggle to achieve a just and peaceful global order. Indeed, this should not be an exclusive vision of our institutions, because the responsibility of creating a more peaceful and just international order is in our and your shoulder. It is the responsibility of the people of the world. Respected speakers and participants, in such a spirit, we do hope that these conventions, actually it is still young, would bring broader impact, especially in producing knowledge and political agenda of the global South in various fronts of struggle. We have taken an initiative to materialize this vision. Apart from these conventions, we have initiated a journal named Global South Review and published a co-edited book, The Global South Reflection and Agenda for International Relations. Indeed, they are small initiatives which call for the support and participation from you all. Without future collaborative work, these are all meaningless. We are open to collaborate with you and your institutions in the hope that we could develop this platform and bring more productive and fruitful impact in materializing our visions of creating peace and just global order. Finally, I would like to extend our gratitude to those who have supported this event, especially AREA, Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, and the Faculty of Social and Political Science. This event is also part of a serial events to commemorate its 66th faculty anniversary. We would like to thank you, our college and the Department of International Relations and our team at the Institute of International Studies, whose their Kung Fu style work made preparations of this event even much more effective. Again, welcome to the annual conventions of the Global South and enjoy the event. Thank you, Mariola.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nur Hakim, for the explanation about Go South as a convention and also Go South studies and thinking. Moving on, we would like to invite the Vice Rector of Universitas Gadjah Mada to give a few words. Please welcome Professor Dr. Paripurna S.A. M.Hum, LLM. Time is yours.
Thank you, Mariola. His Excellency Dr. Hasan Wirayuda, Foreign Minister of Indonesia for the period of 2001, 2004, and 2004 to 2009. Professor Vijay Prasad of Three Continental Institute for Science Research, India. Professor Christian Reus-Smit of the University of Queensland. Mr. Uj Jonan Pape of the World Bank.
That physicists talk about.
Professor Maria Tayak of Australian.
That's the truth. So it was quite a stunning shock to me when I realized that it's not just tastes, odors, and colors.
Dr. Wawan Masudi of the Dean of Visipol, Dr. Dia Kusumaningrum of Visipol, Dr. Franz Jalong, also from Visipol. And then I see also Dr. Poppy Winapi from Visipol. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First and foremost, on behalf of University of Gajah Mada, I would like to thank Institute of International Studies, IIS, for organizing such great event. I would also congratulate IIS for your consistency in organizing similar events since 2019. Despite of global pandemic, we admire your persistency and hard work so that this annual event does not need to stop. Once again, we thank Dr. Luman Nur Hakim and team from IIS sincerely. We also would like to welcome all participants coming from different places around the globe. UGM is honored to be the host of the Good Source 2021. Due to COVID-19 pandemic, we have to do this virtually. Even though the meeting is conducted online, I hope we can still feel that warmth and hospitality of UGM and Yogyakarta, City of Education, where UGM is located. We call the city as never-ending Asia, where traditional Japanese culture live harmony with modernity. Yogyakarta is also called a city of students, where hundreds of thousands of students are studying in more than 100 universities. Ladies and gentlemen, we are facing one of the most challenging periods of the time due to COVID-19. This pandemic is a mega acceleration of disruption that has emerged in recent years. COVID-19 has confirmed that we are living in the era of so-called VUCA, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. Due to COVID-19 pandemic, things have changed a lot. Borders are a lot tighter, and physical mobility is something precious. Tourism industry are collapsing. Flight companies are dying due to travel restrictions. The impact of pandemic is felt even stronger in newly emerging economies like global source countries. Global source countries are faced with critical issues to deal with, such as vaccine scarcity, problematic economy recovery, and complex social unrest due to chaotic situation caused by the pandemic. In the current situation, collaboration is no more an option. It is a must. COVID-19 brought us a real reason why international relation is compulsory. We might feel that borders between countries are there and even stronger somehow, but COVID-19 also proved to the opposite. What happened in one country can soon travel internationally. We consider COVID-19 as a transboundary problem, so solution to it cannot be of national or regional in scope. It is also has to be international. Here is when international relation among global source countries in particular is mandatory. Collaboration among global source countries requires intensive interaction, and that can be done with the help of technology. Thanks to COVID-19, the adoption of information and communication technology have dramatically increased. Most people conduct activities at home and they rely on technology to connect with people. Interestingly, within the same period of time, we may in touch with more people now as compared to time before pandemic. Our online meeting today is a small example of facilitation. We have
Mana nih?
we had this technology of teleconference since more than a decade ago, but we did not rely on optimize its use because we did not see the urgency. Now, with COVID-19, we are forced to learn and do things differently. This moment of uncertainty should be utilized as starting point for radical innovation. We, global source countries, have to do our best not only to survive the crisis, but also to innovate to make significant leaps. We must be able to hijack this crisis. In this Good Source 2021 that we are having today, I'm glad that important issues have been put to the agenda, such as first, contesting resilience, pandemic development and resistance. Second, theorizing the global source, representation, moral basis, and real politics. The third, source cooperation and the reconfiguration of geopolitics. Fourth, digital global development from digital inequality to digital justice. Fifth, the climate justice and environmental issues in global south. I hope that we can discuss the above issues in such manner beyond our traditional practices in viewing relating among global south countries. Exceptional situation like COVID-19 requires exceptional action. Have a good and productive meeting. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the speech, Professor Paripurna. Now I would like to give the mic to the chair to chair the keynote speech session. Dr. Lukmanul Hakim, time is yours.
Thank you, Mariola. Could you please to check whether Vijay is among us here? Oh, I think yes, he's here. Good morning, Vijay. Hello, am I audible, Vijay?
Yes, you are audible. Can you see me? I'm sorry, it's
Hey, thank you. It's your first in 4 a.m. morning in Brussels, eh? Okay, thank you, Vijay, for joining us. Well, September is coming. When we talk about Global South, we have a mixed feeling when we are facing September. On the one hand, it's celebrated as the International Day for South-South cooperations that is, encourage the collaborations among Global South countries based on solidarities and so on and so forth. But on the other hand, historically, there have been global historical turning points which severely affected the fate of the Global South. In September, 65, as you may know, the nationalistic regimes of Sukarno was overthrown, followed by the destructions and killings of the left. The event that was celebrated in the epicenter of empire as a gleam light from Asia. In Latin America, military coup had brought General Pinochet to power and constitute an authoritarian regime for the next 2 decades. 2 decades ago, September 2001, global discourse on global war on terrorism was launched, which shaped not only geopolitics and geosecurity, but also global North and global South relations. COVID-19 pandemic have revealed, when we could not discard this historical change when we talk about, international order in the era of pandemic and its aftermath. COVID-19 pandemic, has revealed the crisis of existing order. When states unable to tackle this issue effectively, particularly due to, state reform that was called minimal state campaign. On the other hand, we also experiencing crisis of multilateralisms, when instead of cooperations, we are witnessing unequal competitions in dealing with the issues of pandemic, especially the issues of vaccine. And in the global south, the issues is even worse. Global pandemic has risen a vast dilemma of health and economy. Pressed by the need to economic recovery, many countries introduce development policies which often put environmental issues, people right at the margin. This had resulted in massive movement in many countries of the world, in Indonesia, in India, in Colombia, and other parts of the world. We are entering a new world. To paraphrase Gramsci, we are entering a new era that the old is dying and the new cannot be born. I don't know what are the futures of the world. The history will tell. And now we are happy with you here because you will give light to discuss about these issues. You will deliver a lecture called A Plan to Save Our Planet. For those who haven't know you, I would like to introduce yourself. Vijay Prasad, born in Kolkata in India, is a historian, journalist, and scholar cum activist. He is the director of the Tricontinental Institute for Social Research, a movement-driven research institution based in Argentina, Brazil, India, and South Africa. He is the chief editor of Leftward Book and the chief correspondent for Globetrotter, a project of Independent Media Institute. In academic realm, he was a professor of international studies at Trinity College in Hartford, US, and Edward Said Chair at the American University in Beirut. He has written and edited dozens of books, including which are now become classic. Red Star Over the Third World. I think this one had been translated into Indonesian. The Darker Nations, A People's History of the Third World, and The Poorer Nations, A Possible History of the Global South. Among the latter is his new book, Washington Bullet, published in 2020. He has appeared in 2 films, Shadow World, 2016, and 2 Meetings and a Funeral in 2017. He is the recipient of the Muzaffar Ahmed Memorial Prize 2009, and lastly, the Franz Fanon Outstanding Achievement Award from the Caribbean Philosophy Association's 2019. Vijay will deliver a lecture for about 40 minutes, followed by Q&A sessions. He will be delivering lectures, as I said, from Brussels. It is now 4 a.m. there. Thank you for your great commitment and kindness to share your knowledge in such a difficult time slot. Without further ado, please join me to virtually welcome Vijay Prasad. Comrade, floor is yours.
Well, firstly, Lukman, congratulations on putting together this very important opportunity for people, students, scholars to discuss the issue of South-South cooperation, the very important issue of how to think about the pandemic, its impact on the South, and so on. It's a very important thing for students to have the opportunity to discuss some of these issues, to think about some of these issues, listen to people talk about them, and take these kind of conversations into their classrooms, into the places of their leisure. So much of what we learned when we were in school, was not in the classroom alone. But when we took these discussions into our own spaces and had discussions, in fact, even taking them home and so on. So congratulations for holding Go South 2021. I think it's very important. It's to your credit that you are holding this in a difficult time. Yes, I'm in Brussels, in Europe. I've had the last 2 days at an event called Manifiesta. Lots of discussions in Brussels with people from around the world about the situation as the pandemic appears to recede a little bit. People are beginning to get back on the streets thinking about the lives that we would like to lead. I'm going to spend some time talking about this plan to save the planet. Before that, I want to spend a little time talking about where we are, where we are now. First, I want to talk about 3 apartheids. You see, earlier in this year, the head of the World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros, it's important, friends, to recognize Dr. Tedros is from Ethiopia. He's the head of the World Health Organization. He's a trained immunologist, and he got a PhD in community health, in other words, public health. We are led at the WHO by an African scientist. There is a great deal of racism in our world. We don't expect to have an African scientist showing us the way forward. There's an expectation, that the scientists and world leaders will come from Europe. But here's an African scientist. I want you to mark this. Dr. Tedros, again, is from Ethiopia. And earlier this year, struck by the extraordinarily poor distribution of the COVID-19 vaccine, Dr. Tedros talked about something called vaccine apartheid. I was very struck by his use of the word apartheid. Apartheid refers to the system developed in South Africa in 1948 that said that there must be policies that rigidly define and determine the gap between those who are white, those who are so-called colored, and those who are black. A very rigid system of power in which the whites got the advantages, all the benefits of the economy and so on, and the blacks were made to work without getting benefits. That's the system of apartheid, which ran in South Africa from 1948 to 1994, very long period of time. Dr. Tedros said that we are in a situation now of vaccine apartheid. What an interesting phrase used by the lead scientist at the World Health Organization. It's not a phrase I am inventing. It's a phrase utilized by Dr. Tedros, a scientist, regarding the fact that some countries in the world have been able to secure enough vaccines for COVID-19 to vaccinate everybody. Other countries are struggling to get vaccines to come to 4, 5, 6, 8% of their population. He said we are in a situation of vaccine apartheid. I began to think, with our institute Tricontinental, what are the other apartheids? So we said, look, there are 3 apartheids at least. 3 apartheids at least. What are they? Well, picking up from Dr. Tedros, the first apartheid is medical apartheid. It's not only a question of vaccine apartheid. We don't produce our own medicines. We don't have enough production capacity to produce machines to look for problems afflicting us, diagnostic machines, medicines, having enough medical knowledge and experience. There is a dividing line in the world between countries that have so-called advanced modern medicine and countries that are bereft without modern medicine. The first form of apartheid is medical apartheid, and it's really coming out in this pandemic, where there is simply not enough concern to have the vaccines go to 7.9 billion people. The second form of apartheid is what we do call food apartheid. 2.7 billion people on the planet simply don't know, friends, they don't know when they will next eat. Now, there are 7.9 billion people. 2.7 people don't know when they'll next eat. But from the World Food Organization, World WF, we know, and from the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, we know that there's enough food produced in the planet to feed everybody. There's data on this. 931 million tons of food are wasted every year. If you put these 931 million tons of food onto trucks and you line these trucks up at the equator from bumper to bumper, you will have 7 lines going around the equator of food that every year are thrown away. Imagine this, 931 million tons of food thrown away every year. And yet 1 in 3 people on the planet is hungry. We call this food apartheid. And this afflicts students. Those of you who've ever met people who are hungry in this way, where they don't know where the next meal is going to come, these people have a constant hunger roar in their head. They can't focus in a classroom. They can't study. If your belly is empty, your mind is noisy. You can't focus, you can't study. Therefore, hunger has a relationship to literacy, has a relationship to the kind of educative experience you can have. Second form of hunger, therefore, second form of apartheid, therefore, is food apartheid. The third form of apartheid is financial apartheid. Now, this is an interesting one. In most countries, if you're rich, money will cost you a certain amount to borrow. Let's say you want to borrow 100 euros. 100 euros you can borrow at 1% interest rate if you're rich. If you're poor and you go to a financial lender and say, I want to borrow 100 euros, they'll say, okay, we'll lend you 100 euros, but you have to pay 5%. Why is it 5 times more if you're poor to borrow money than if you're rich? If England, United Kingdom, goes to a commercial lender and says, we need to borrow some money, They will say you can borrow money, 100 million pounds at 1%. Indonesia goes to a bank, international bank. We want to borrow money. Yeah, you can borrow 100 million, 5%. Why is it? Why is money more expensive for the poor in the world than it is for the rich? Well, the bank will say, look, friends, let's face it. Indonesia is a more risky investment than the United Kingdom. So we therefore need to have a premium on the risk. Okay, you're a private lender. I understand that. You believe that it's more likely you'll get paid back by the United Kingdom than by Indonesia. No disrespect to you in Indonesia, but this is a reality. You believe you'll get paid back better by the government of Britain than by the government of Indonesia. Okay, let's assume that that's correct. Let's accept that historically that's been the pattern. But if you charge more money from Indonesia for its money, the chances of Indonesia have a harder time paying back the money is greater. So now you've created a hole for the country, poorer country, and you've thrown the poorer country in the hole, and we call this the debt crisis. Why not charge us the same price for the money and allow us the dignity of being able to pay you back instead of prejudging us, saying that you're a more risky investment based on the fact that we have a history of colonialism and this, that, and the other thing. See, why are there two prices for money? This is not just from private lenders. This is also from multilateral lenders. They'll say we need to take account of risk. Last year, middle of the pandemic, 64 countries paid more to service their debt than they paid for the maintenance of their health infrastructure. 64 out of 190 countries, 193 countries, 64 countries paid more money to wealthy bondholders, most of them in the United States, Canada, United Kingdom, and Europe. Most of them over there. So about 1 in 3 countries in the world, roughly, paid more to pay off wealthy bondholders than they spent on their own health care. I'm going to repeat this over and over again. The general theme is international order beyond the pandemic. What beyond the pandemic? How can we go beyond the pandemic? Our countries have had to borrow to deal with the pandemic. We'll be stuck in this pandemic period for decades. We'll be paying off the price of this pandemic for decades. Lukman, where is beyond the pandemic? Maybe at some point the COVID-19 may be contained and defeated. But the cost of COVID-19 is going to be with us for decades. And that's because the price of money is different for the poor than it is for the rich. It's more expensive for us to borrow. And again, I'm sorry I began by saying, if an individual goes to the bank, there's a big difference between individuals borrowing and countries borrowing. Right now, the total external debt of developing countries, including Indonesia, I looked at this again recently, total external debt of all developing countries is roughly $11 trillion. We at our institute did a calculation of how much money is sitting in illegal tax havens. Roughly, we did a calculation. We assume it's between 38 and 40 trillion dollars. The total external debt of developing countries, the majority of the world's people, is $11 trillion. It's because we are in debt that the price of borrowing is higher. If I had less debt, I would be seen as less risky. Meanwhile, $40 trillion is sitting in illicit tax havens. Why don't we demand that this money get used to erase our debt? Why can't we start the post-pandemic period, Lukman? Debt-free, all external debts cancelled.
Yes, sir.
Let's bring the illegal money sitting in tax havens and reconcile that with our debt. Start debt-free so that I can borrow money, or India can borrow money, Indonesia can borrow money from international lenders at the same price. Why are we paying a higher price? We can call this as we say, financial apartheid. Why is it that the poor have to borrow money? The poor is paying a higher price than the rich. Just think about this, friends. The poor is paying a higher price than the rich. Why? What kind of world are we living in? Okay. I hope this is clear. The three apartheids. The apartheids of medicine, food, and finance. Now, we asked ourselves, look, not why are there three apartheids, but what are the constraints that we face to overcome this issue? And we thought about this a lot in our institute, and we said, look, there are 5 aspects of the world which the powerful countries want to control. 5 areas of the world. They will not relinquish control. They will say, we can build factories in your country, but you have to work for us. And I'll explain that in a minute, okay? But 5 areas where they said, we will not relinquish control. What are these 5 areas? Let's go one by one. First area. These countries, the powerful countries, you know who they are. I don't even need to name them. You know who they are. The powerful countries. Do you know who they are? I hope you know who they are. It's important in the Department of International Relations that when I say powerful countries, you know exactly who I mean. I don't even need to list them. And by the way, since you are in Indonesia, so remember them in the list. I don't know if you include Australia, but anyway, you don't want to relinquish control of 5 areas. What are these 5 areas? The first area is control over financial systems. You see, it's very difficult for 2 countries, Indonesia and India, to trade with each other using their own currencies. You know, would you accept the Indian rupee as payment if we were buying manufactured goods from Indonesia? Unlikely. You would say, no, we'll take payments in dollars. We would prefer it. Hard currency, we call it, you see. We reconcile trade internationally largely in dollars, sometimes in another currency, euros, maybe increasingly yuan and so on, but generally dollars. Okay. This gives the United States Treasury Department enormous power over our external finances. Because if the US Treasury Department and the Federal Reserve in particular utilize the tools of monetary policy and they change the interest rates in the US, the value of the US dollar, that impacts our external holdings of dollars. It impacts our debt rating. It impacts a lot because we now are reliant for valuing the dollar on what US financial institutions do with monetary policy. If they lift the interest rates, it has an impact on the dollar. If they drop the interest rate, it has an impact on the price of the dollar. And we are holding dollars or not. We're desperate to have dollars. Either way, they have control over our financial systems broadly. And this includes prosaic things, small things. How does Indonesia pay Turkey for buying certain things from Turkey? We use systems like the SWIFT system to reconcile payments. It's like an international banking system, which is controlled by the European Union and the US Treasury Department. So if they don't want Indonesia to operate on the international stage, they cut you off from the SWIFT system. This is what United States did with Iran. They cut Iran off from the SWIFT system. Iran couldn't trade easily. It didn't know how to pay people because it didn't have access to, let's call it basically the international bank, the ability to move money around. You might, if you've ever received money from abroad or sent money abroad, you might have had to find the SWIFT code in your bank. That means your bank has used the SWIFT system to link one bank to another bank. If you don't have a SWIFT code, you can't send money easily. So control over financial systems, that's the first one. Secondly, control over access to resources. Now, this is an easy one. You can control your resources if you want, my friends. You are Indonesia, you have a lot of mineral wealth. You can control it. But access to the resources must be held by people outside your power, outside your sovereignty. big Australian mining companies, Canadian mining companies, perhaps mining companies from China, they will be the ones who will control access to the resources. It's a Canadian mining company which will come and take a concession on the resources. They say, we'll develop it, we'll get it out of the ground, but we must control it for 99 years. We'll take a lease. We can't allow you to develop your own resources, to develop processing plants, to use value-added facilities, to sell a finished product. No, you will end up having to sell a rather undeveloped form of the resource and therefore make very little out of the resource on the global commodity chain. It's the same in how we do industrial development in our countries. We're really not able to upskill, and I'll come to that in a minute. Okay, so the second form of control is control over access to resources. Third form of control is control over science and technology. See, it's okay again in Indonesia, in India and so on to create factories where you produce, anything. You can produce anything, shoes to telecommunication equipment and so on. But at your universities, you're not allowed to have sufficient intellectual development to produce your own advanced science and your own advanced technology. You're not allowed to patent enough things so that you start leading in sectors of international development. You see, this was the real sin of China. China sinned because in areas of robotics, in areas of green technology, of telecommunications, including 5G, high-speed rail, and so on, the Chinese developed science and they developed technology. Now, you know the difference between science and technology. Technology is yesterday's science. It's the scientific developments you've made, you instrumentalize those into technology. You make those into something useful, technologically useful. Science is tomorrow's technology. What you develop now scientifically, you create as technology later. It's important to have technology transfer, to develop technology, but it's even more important to develop your pure science capabilities in your country. Think about what in a country like Indonesia, an archipelago, what kind of technological and scientific developments are needed to help advance the cause of the people? What are the problems of the people and so on? No, they want us to import goods designed by their technologies and pay a rent, a premium, because their technologies are protected by intellectual property rights and so on. If you have the indecency to develop your science and your technology like the Chinese have done, then they put pressure on you. You see, they start a Cold War. They say you have stolen technology. They say, how dare countries take 5G from Huawei because Huawei is going to steal your information and so on. This is what we consider a Cold War to maintain control over science and technology. A country like India produces a lot of scientists, but the scientists go abroad and work for companies like Pfizer and companies in the United States and Europe and so on. And they help develop the science and technology of the West. In India, if you start developing science and technological lines, a foreign company will come and buy up the scientific know-how and put it behind a patent wall and so on. Control over access or control over science is very important in the world we live in. And look at this question of the vaccine and the patent on the vaccine. They will not release the patent for the mRNA vaccine, the Pfizer and Moderna vaccine. They don't want to release that because there's money to be made by holding access to science and technology, control over science and technology. So far, we have control over financial systems, control over access to resources, control over science and technology. Two more forms of fundamental control in the world system. One, control over weapons. United States recently humiliated in Afghanistan. After spending $2.26 trillion in fighting this war against the Taliban, they had to retreat in August of 2021, 20 years after entering that conflict in October 2001. $2.26 trillion spent on that war. By the way, at the end of the war, half the Afghan people live in poverty. 3/4 of the Afghan people do not have electricity. What did they spend? 2.26 trillion. They spent it on weapons. They spent it on a kind of recycling of money, which is also known as bribery, on fraud and so on. Now, 3/4 of the Afghan people have no electricity. That's a great tragedy. But every Afghan household has lost somebody in this war. There was a release, thanks to the WikiLeaks organization. WikiLeaks was able to get access to some materials from the Swedish government, which they released long time ago, but they again promoted it recently. Swedish government debating in early part of that war, NATO war, whether Sweden should get involved in the war. What the Swedish government decided was, yes, let's get involved in the war, not to bring human rights and not to bring democracy to Afghanistan and so on. This is, by the way, their own materials. This is not made up by me or you or Lukman or anybody. This is the Swedish government's materials. They never denied it. They're upset that WikiLeaks released the materials, you understand? But they didn't deny the authenticity of the materials. The Swedish government debating, should we enter this war, says, let us go into this war because in this war in Afghanistan, far away Afghanistan, we can test our new weapon systems. And in a sense, Afghanistan becomes an advertisement for arms companies so that they can then sell their weapons to other third world countries. Now, friends, we know that the Israeli weapons manufacturers use their periodic attacks on the Palestinian people, the brave Palestinian people. The Israeli weapons companies periodically use their attacks on the brave Palestinian people to test weapons and then sell them. India buys half the weapons produced in Israel. Did you know that? That's a scandal. I find it shameful. For me personally, as an Indian, it's shameful. Control over weapons. Who produces the weapons? This is related to science and technology. Who produces the weapons? Who buys the weapons? Where does Indonesia buy its weapons from? Where have these been tested? Under what conditions? Which innocent people in Afghanistan were bombed or shot or something or the other by weapon systems produced by companies that then use those photographs, that evidence, to sell weapons to your government, my government, and so on. Control over weapon systems. That's a very important, that's a fourth form of control that we have to deal with. Fifth form of control, control over information. Now, this is very, very significant. You know, we struggle in our countries to tell our stories and to tell our stories to each other. We struggle. Our stories come to each other through the West, even today. The Bandung Conference was 1955. At Bandung, Sukarno, Chou En-lai, Nehru, others talked very much about the fact that they could not tell their own story on the world stage. They didn't have a good media at the time. You know, how do people learn about what was happening at that time in Burma? You know, Burma, the country from which many of the delegates came through Rangoon. They flew into Rangoon and then they flew to Jakarta, then they went to Bandung. This was a serious discussion. What is our media? How do we tell a story? Should the Indonesian story continue to be told through Holland? Or can the Indonesian story be told by Indonesians? You see, it's a serious issue because the story they hear about us and the story we tell each other is how we are seen on the world stage. You see, we need to be able to craft our own narratives. And who's we? Who's the we that crafts the narratives? Many of our countries in the 1950s at the time of Bandung were developing national broadcasting systems, government-led radio, government-led newspapers, political parties had newspapers. Early days, we were seeing some private media enter into our worlds. But still, It wasn't the question of public and private in our own countries. We were deeply influenced by European media. We were seeing what the European media was saying about ourselves. Control of information is fundamental. Look at it this way. 2011, suddenly the Western media was saying the government of Mr. Muammar Gaddafi is conducting a genocide in Libya. Interesting. In February of 2011 and early March, I happened to be at the United Nations when the debate was taking place around UN Security Council 1970 and then 1973. This is in 2011. They were debating, indeed, if there is genocide happening in Libya, should the UN Security Council give a resolution that permits member states to intervene militarily under Chapter 7 of the Charter. I asked some UN officials, how do you know there's genocide happening in Libya? How do you know that? It's actually an empirical question. What was the ability of knowledge to transmit itself directly from Ajtabia, from Benghazi, from Misrata, from Tripoli? How did knowledge come to you directly at the United Nations, and so on? UN officials said, well, we were getting this from press reports. Okay, press reports. Which press? Because different press will have a different valence. Interestingly, they said they were getting the reports from Al Arabiya. Al Arabiya, that's interesting. Al Arabiya is the government of Saudi Arabia's newspaper. You were listening to what the government of Saudi Arabia was saying. It's their press release, essentially, which was printed in European and US newspapers and was influencing these countries to go to war in Libya. They said that Gaddafi had conducted genocide in Libya. Meanwhile, 2011, 8 years before that, the United States went into an illegal war against Iraq. Now, I'm using these words like illegal. You've got to understand, I'm not judging the war in Iraq. This is a technical standard I'm using. It's not my word. In 2004, UN Secretary General Kofi Annan called it an illegal war. He told BBC in an interview, he said, this war is illegal. It goes against the UN Charter. There's no UN resolution that permitted the United States to start an aggressive war of aggression against Iraq. From 2003 to 2011, the United States prosecuting an illegal war against Iraq. At least 1 million people died in that war. You want my opinion, if you've killed 1 million people out of 23 to 24 million people, that's a genocidal level of killing. If anything, there should have been a UN resolution condemning the US illegal war in Iraq. It's one thing for Kofi Annan. It's one thing for Kofi Annan sitting in New York to give an interview to BBC and say it's an illegal war. It's another thing for the UN Security Council to hold a meeting and pass a resolution saying the war is illegal. They didn't even do that. It's an information war. Gaddafi is conducting genocide, but US President George W. Bush, UK Prime Minister Tony Blair, they are not conducting genocide in Iraq. You see, it's always the barbarians who are genocidal. When the West conducts ruthless aerial bombardment of a country, it's for human rights or something. This is a question of control over information. Who gets to tell us stories? Who defines the stories? You see, China is being aggressive. How many Chinese warships are off the coast of Europe or off the coast of the United States? 0. Meanwhile, routinely, US, British, German, NATO countries' warships are off the coast of China, back and forth, doing what they call freedom of navigation exercises. China is being aggressive, but there are Western warships constantly going up and down the coastline of China. It's Western cabinets and Western diplomats who are being very belligerent towards China, talking about China did this, China did that. Now they are complaining, by the way, that the government of Xi Jinping has said that children cannot play video games for more than so many hours. By the way, parents all around the world are clapping, saying, please, all my governments. I mentioned this in Brussels yesterday. I asked Belgian parents, would you like your, yes, we would like our government to restrict, because we can't tell our children, stop playing video games. Western newspapers hear the news from China and they say signs of authoritarianism by the government of Xi Jinping. We can't tell our own stories. This is an information war. 5 forms of control. I hope that's pretty clear. Finance, access to resources, right? I hope students have taken some of these down and will discuss them and think about these forms of control. And access to information or being able to define the story. It's a very important form of control, friends. Take it seriously, think about it seriously. Who gets to tell your story? What story would you like to tell? Okay, you can have a blog, you can write on the internet, but the internet is a highly, highly curated place. Look at this. If you go to YouTube and you want to watch CGTN, you want to watch RT, YouTube will say Chinese government affiliated channel, or Russian, this channel is affiliated to the Russian government. But when you put on BBC, it doesn't say this channel is affiliated to the United Kingdom government. When you put on the New York Times on website, it doesn't give you an alert. This is a US news site which very closely collaborates with the United States government, which it does. We have lots of evidence, we can talk about it and so on. But when they say this is a Chinese site, it's to sow doubt in your head that anything you read at CGTN or so and so is not going to be factual. Whereas what you read at BBC is factual. That's a curious standard for YouTube. If YouTube wants to put, this is a Russian language site, a Russian government site, RT, the broadcaster, why doesn't they do that with BBC? This is a British government site. You see, what's good for the goose is not what's good for the gander. I want you to think very much about information warfare, the control over information. Okay. Lukman, now I'm going to go into the plan for the planet, give you a little hint about it. And I hope when we release the plan to save the planet, you'll have discussions with students and so on about some of the ideas. In the middle of the pandemic, I was approached by Sasha Laurenti, who is the Secretary General of ALBA TCP. ALBA TCP is the Bolivarian areas of the America. It's a treaty between 9 countries in the Caribbean and Latin America. Sasha Laurenti represents the ALBA process, and he approached me and said, I would like to have a network of research institutes really think hard about a plan to save the planet. And so I assembled about 26 research institutes alongside Institute Simón Bolívar, which is based in Caracas, Venezuela, led by Carlos Ron. Carlos Ron and I took the leadership of bringing institutes from India, from Lebanon, from Zimbabwe, from Cuba, from Argentina, from Bolivia, from Venezuela, from the United States, from UK, from Italy, from Germany, 23 to 25 research institutes, Nepal, Bangladesh, sorry, I missed out some countries, there are others. And we began a process of discussion. What is a good plan to save the planet? We've produced a document, only about 10 to 12 pages long, which we'll release on the 16th of October, which is World Hunger Day. We'll have a series of webinars and so on to release this document. What is in the document? We've looked carefully at things like finance, health, labor, work, we looked at issues of the care economy, culture, digital, a range of things. And we've made certain policy suggestions that we think should be followed. For instance, we can finance development if we implement properly taxation schemes, if we don't allow money to go to illicit havens and so on. A lot of this stuff is already on the table. It's not that we're coming up with new things. I think it's important to have public banking be enhanced. More public banking, less banking for speculation. You've got hundreds of millions of people in Indonesia putting their money into banks. Banks take that money and they put it into speculation. They speculate on it. They speculate with our pensions. We don't want our money to be speculated with. What if all our pension savings was used for productive activity, to build bridges, to finance for development rather than financing for speculation? That's a very important demand. We need to see our infrastructure improved in our countries, better roads, better electricity systems, broadband internet for everybody, free broadband internet for everybody. How can children in poor areas access the internet? We would like to see, for instance, the government deliver the mechanisms for education to everybody, free laptops for everybody. Why not? Laptops are actually produced at a very cheap price. I'm using a very cheap laptop. You don't need expensive laptops. Laptops are not expensive to produce. It's basically a screen, hardware on the outside, and then a printed circuit board with some wiring and mechanisms, and then software. Software is not expensive. You just upload that onto every machine. The expense is the hardware. The software is already produced, and if we produce more, Linux type free software, it's not expensive to upload software. It's all in the hardware. So why can't we think about free laptops for children? You should think about it. During the pandemic, when people had to study from home, many countries, 2 children at home, 3 children at home, were there 3 computers? Did the family have internet access? If they didn't, sometimes the sufferer was the girl child among the children. Girls did not get as much access to education as boys during the pandemic. We have research on this, survey research on this globally. So we've got to think about things like getting internet into households. We've got to think about getting computers to every child. It should be a human right. Having a computer is no longer a luxury. It's a tool for knowledge. It's a tool to develop and enhance our access to information. It's a tool for leisure and entertainment. It's not a luxury alone. Entertainment is important. It broadens our horizon. We get to see a nice film that teaches us about the world. It's a window into the world. There's nothing shameful about watching a film from a different country. It's a form of education. We develop empathy and sympathy for people. You watch Iranian films, you learn about the Iranian people. It's a beautiful experience. You have a class online like this. You need the mechanism to be able to be online. Are you watching this lecture by phone? Are you using a data plan? It's so expensive. If you had free broadband internet, you wouldn't need a data plan. You wouldn't be, getting poorer and poorer every minute I prolong this lecture. And Lukman has organized a whole conference of people to be watching online. You're paying for it every second, is money going away from you. So we've got, policies like that on the table. We're thinking about serious important issues of healthcare. Not only patent access, but also accessing productive capacity. Does Indonesia have the capacity to produce the vaccine even? It's one thing to say, look, we want to have the patent released, but can you produce it? Or have we surrendered our chemical industries? Have we surrendered our industries of basic manufacturing for technical equipment? Do we make our own diagnostic systems? Do we develop our own mechanisms regionally even, not just per country? Do we develop our own mechanisms for surveillance systems, for public health? All these have to be imported. What is our manufacturing capacity for key lines like health and so on? Have we developed, a decent health infrastructure, community health infrastructure that builds on the WHO, World Health Organization meeting, which was held in Alma-Ata, then in the Soviet Union in the 1970s, the Alma-Ata Declaration. Go and look up and read the Alma-Ata Declaration. It's fundamental to understanding the importance of public health systems. We should have in every street in Jakarta, in all the cities of Indonesia and the villages. Every street should have a office, a clinic with a medical practitioner, so that people can just walk in and say, look, I've got a headache. Look, look at this rash. What is it? We've learned from decades of research that prevention is better than cure. If you can prevent an outbreak, if people have access to surveillance systems, public health clinics, and so on, you prevent an outbreak, it's much easier and better for a civilization, not to speak of being much cheaper than if you allow an outbreak to take off. Can we build better public health systems? We have a whole section on that. We're talking seriously about the need to develop, a care economy. Can we have in our neighborhoods creches? Can we have more centers for elders, elder care, so that the burdens of care are no longer on the heads of women of households who are not only taking care of their children, but are taking care of the elders. Do we have a place during the day for the elders to go, community centers where there are activities, discussions, for instance? Professor Lukman finishes his class and perhaps he's asked to volunteer at an elder center where he goes and delivers a lecture on international relations to retirees and older people, so that they can have continuing education programs. Why should elders just be sitting around waiting for the inevitable? Why can't they have another life where they have continuing education? They might want to learn about the world today. They might want to interrogate, and then in those discussions, Lukman, you will go there and you learn something, because somebody says, I'm retired. I used to be in the foreign service of Indonesia. Let me tell you what you just said. I'll give you a suggestion. Look at it this way, or think about that history. You didn't even know that there was a retiree from the foreign service in the room. You didn't realize that there was somebody there who, oh my God, you're so interesting, because you had a role to play in an important line of development in Indonesia. You were a pioneer in building a certain kind of factory. Let's hear what you have to say. Can we build continuing education programs? None of these need to be for degrees. Can we learn without having to always pursue a degree? Can we learn just to be better people, and so on? We have all that in this plan to save the planet. It's a very rich document. Again, produced by 25 research institutes. This document will be released, as I said, 16th of October. We would like students, we would like academics, we would like community groups, we would like anybody to have discussions around the document. I'll be happy to come back at 4 a.m., 3 a.m., 2 a.m. Lukman, you tell me, come back and we can have a discussion about the document. Why? Because we think of it as a living document. Give us criticisms, make new suggestions, have a discussion, write your own document. Take the document to Indonesian political organizations, take the document to the government, suggest things. Can we discuss this? Can we talk about this? Can we think about how we may want to consider what we're doing with our resources? What are the concessionary deals we give to companies regarding our resources? Can we do different things? Can we look at model practices, good practices of having arrangements for our resources and so on? Let's have a public discussion about all this. You see, I don't understand why the public is not allowed to have a discussion about how we should shape the world. Yes, there's control over information. They don't want us to challenge the 5 pillars of world control. We're not supposed to enter a discussion as ordinary people. Things like weapon systems. Raise the question: weapons for what? What do our countries need high-speed jets for? Who are we planning to bomb? When is the last time we bombed anybody? What are these things for? We're spending enormous amounts of our blood and treasure to buy weapon systems. For what? Why is India the world's largest importer of weapons? Did you know that? Did you know that India, poor country, 700 billion people living in poverty, out of 1.3 billion, half the population. India is the world's largest importer of weapons. Why? Can we please have a discussion about this? And it's not a naive discussion. It's a real discussion. I recently found out that 1 billion people on the planet don't have shoes. 1 billion people. Last year, the footwear industry, a lot of it in Indonesia, in Bangladesh, in India, and so on, making shoes. Last year, during the pandemic, the footwear industry made 23.4 billion pairs of shoes. Okay, there are about 8 billion people on the planet. Last year, they made 23.4 billion pairs of shoes. That's almost 3 pairs of shoes per person. I don't know how many pairs of shoes you have, but did you buy 3 pairs of shoes last year? I doubt that we bought 3 pairs of shoes. 1 billion people out of 7.9 billion have no shoes, zero shoes. Okay, that's a number I got from the World Health Organization. That means last year, not 7.9, but 6.9, 7 billion people bought 23 billion pairs of shoes. That's about 3.5 pairs of shoes now, bought last year by each person on average. 1 billion people without shoes. What kind of planet are we living on? If you don't have shoes, you'll get sand fleas. You'll get all kinds of diseases that come through from red cake soil and so on. You'll pick up children are not allowed to go to school in many countries if they're not wearing shoes. So not having shoes is a barrier to education systems. Why can't we have a public discussion? Look and see in Indonesia, how many people in Indonesia don't have shoes? Shouldn't the government provide shoes for everybody? I mean, shouldn't shoes be a basic human right? And, it sounds silly when I say it and you think, what is he talking about on and on about shoes? But look what I said about shoes. You don't have shoes, your feet get disfigured by all kinds of ailments. You'll then see people sitting on the road with swollen feet, elephantitis and so on. They are prevented easily by wearing something that covers your feet from all these fleas and so on that are in the soil. Secondly, as I said, if you don't wear shoes, you can't get access to education. You can't walk into your university without shoes. Okay. What will happen? I don't know. If somebody walked into the uni without shoes, the guard or somebody will say, please put your shoes on. You can't. Now, I know when you go and pray and you walk inside your house, you take the shoes off to go inside. I understand. It's a mark of respect. But we don't take our shoes off at the gate of the university. I don't know. Maybe people do. We go in with our shoes. And it's a sign of your readiness to be educated. Look at Professor Lukman and I, we are wearing jackets. It's 4 a.m. in the morning. I put my jacket on out of respect that we are having a serious discussion. I mustn't come in a shirt without a jacket. Well, student cannot come into school without shoes. That means they are denied education. 1 billion people without shoes. Think about that. Why can't we have discussions about these things? You see, we are so busy talking about Al-Qaeda. We are so busy talking about all these other issues. But the basic issues we've forgotten to talk about. How many people are hungry in Indonesia? What kind of conscience does a country have? I've often said this. The country should not be judged based on its constitution. It should be judged based on its annual budget. How much money did you spend to end hunger? That's how you judge a country's values. Your values are in your budget. Values are not in your constitution. Let's have a look at our budget. What's there? What have we spent money on? Why aren't we able to eradicate hunger? The Chinese last year declared finally that they have abolished absolute poverty. This is an enormous thing. 800 million Chinese are no longer poor. They've pulled themselves out of poverty since 1949. That's incredible. Life expectancy in China is now 79 years. It's almost about the same as the United States. China was an extremely poor country. When Zhou Enlai came to Bandung, he came as a leader of a third world country, extremely poor country. Now look at where they are. Life expectancy is 79 years. I'm 54 years old. I don't think I'll make it to 75. Life expectancy where I come from is, in the 60s. I don't know. The Grim Reaper is knocking on my hotel door. But, if you're Chinese, you have 20 more years to go. 20 plus more years to go. 25 more years to go. That's a long time, by the way. 25 years.
My apology, Vijay. You will have like 5 to 7 minutes.
Yes. I'm winding up. Yeah. If I take off 25 years from my life, it's half my life, So I would like 25 more years. That's an interesting thing to consider. We are producing this document. because we understand the three apartheids of our time: apartheids of food, apartheids of medicine, apartheids of finance. We understand it's hard to transcend these three apartheids by the 5 controls, and I've listed those for you. I hope you noted them down. The plan is an attempt to get people to discuss genuine alternatives to the world we live in today. And I want you to have a look at it. It's not for you to accept everything. It's not for you to endorse it, in total. Look at the different ideas, think about them, talk to your friends, build our own public discussion and debate about how we would like to see things go in the planet, how we want to save the planet from climate annihilation, from the extinction of species and so on. There's no substitute for having these conversations. It is really our right. It's our right to try to define the planet in our own image. Conferences like this are one place where you get to have those conversations, and I hope these conversations will be robust for you. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you, Vijay. I just would like to highlight some point. What story we want to tell, and the only way we would like we could constitute and imagine our story if only we can understand where we are living. We are living in situations of a very harsh situations that was characterized by 3 forms of apartheid in the terms of medical, in terms of food, in terms of finance, that constitute the structures of how the battle lines should be drawn by the global south. In this Q&A sessions, I would like to invite participants to raise short questions to Vijay. We will have time for around 15 to 20 minutes. You may raise your hands and just raise your question. Okay. Okay, Floor, is there any? Okay, Odi, please.
Good morning for Mr. Vijay and also all audience in here. Firstly, I want to say sorry because I can't open my facecam because of the unstable internet access in my hometown. And secondly, I want to say thank you very much for your insightful presentation today. It can enlighten us as a short thinker candidate to what should we do to solve all problem that you delivered today. I want to follow up about your materials, your presentation about how our country shapes the world this day, because it's interesting for me. So for this topic, I will ask 2 questions. First question is about based on five area that you have delivered, which aspect or areas is crucial to shape our words this day. And the second question is about financial sector. As we know that South country have a BRICS, which is a kind of economy alliance between Brazil, Russia, South Africa, India, and China. But I can assume carefully that BRICS is a kind of a failed because based on my interpretations, their aim is to balance economic global that have driven by Bretton Woods system. Based on this failure, what is it because of the leadership? I mean, is it because of lack of leadership in BRICS that it led BRICS is fail? Because some of global thinkers say that it's because of the lack of leadership between us. That's all my question. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Odi. We will take two more questions from Muhadi Sugiono and Icha Cahyani before I give the floor to you, Vijay. And I also encourage other participants to, drop your questions in the chat box. So I will read it. It's much more efficient, I think. So, Pak Muhadi, please. You are still, in mute.
Thank you very much, Lukman. Thank you very much, Vijay, for the nice presentation. I appreciate it very much. And I think your presentation very clearly show how the structure of inequality in the global politics is taking place today. Now, the question that I have is that, of course, the international politics consists of so many inequalities, and what you mentioned was basically one form of inequality, which can be seen from the inequality among nations. The problem is that the notion of the global South cannot be limited to the inequality among nations. Even if we give the opportunity for the country of one particular country in the global South, it does not mean that the problem of inequality or even racism can be solved within this particular country. There is always the same problem can take place in this particular place. And also, it is also important to say that even in the context of the global North, we can also find the inequality as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Icha?
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I'm sorry I can open the camera because my network is, I think it's bad. It's worse. Okay, thank you very much for Pak Lukman and Mr. Vijay. Maybe I want to explain before. Mr. Vijay has explained the pressure, impact, and what is happening to developing country and the effect in the political games in the field of the economic, military, food security, health, conflict and violence in every developing country has continued to date. So beside that, it's also mentioned how to act from the developing countries such as China, America, Britain, and NATO countries. It's happening a long time ago and defined in history. Talk about the government needs. It's as like Indonesian. I want to take the example for Indonesian. In the problem COVID-19. So Indonesian as the country head population, how Indonesian meets all needs, special for studying whose online school system require a good network, facility to support the learning process. If it is forced, it must be needs borrow again from maybe Indonesia want to learn again and need too much money for the support every facility for the online school for students. So I think the problem is I think this is statement or my question. I don't know this is statement or question, but I think this condition is whether is the South country will only be on the line and cannot get out of the prison of definition of the Southern. I think this is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There are many interesting questions from participants. I just would like to add one from the chat box. There is a participant, asking about the political landscape in Afghanistan. What should we concern about? Okay, Vijay.
Well, these are very good questions. The first question I want to address is the one about information systems, as it were. Look, it's true. Already we've had 4 questions, 2 of them from people who cannot put on the cameras because the internet is unstable or the internet is not good and so on.
That's exactly you was mentioning.
How is a student in the world to have a proper education if our basic infrastructure is no longer available? If you think about it, now we get upset if the roads are not good. If the road, every monsoon, if the road is broken, people get upset, like we can't go to the market, we can't go to our work, we're stuck in floods. What is this? Basic infrastructure not created. I'm walking in a city, the sidewalk is broken, it's rubble. Where is the municipality? Who are you to complain to now for a lack of the basic infrastructure? I'm not sure if you have private internet companies that deliver internet. What are they up to? They're taking the money, the internet connections are not good. Or where is the broadband connection, which should be a public utility? You can't actually be full participants in the great dialogue around democracy today if you don't have internet. See, and so this is a human right. It's a very important right for people. It's not I'm just repeating this point, Lukman, because I think it's important to be made. She asked a question about information. She asked a question about the ability to dialogue. How is this possible? If I can't see your face and you can't see my face, let's see this. Now here I am giving my lecture. Is this any different than when you could see my face? Are you experiencing the lecture differently?
Yes.
Would you like to see me again? And if you see me again sitting at now almost 5 a.m. in my hotel room, if you see me, are you able to develop trust more? You can see my face, you can look at my eyes, the light is not great, but I'm a person, at least struggling to be a person in front of you. We can have a conversation. But if you can't see me, it actually reduces the learning. And that has an impact. Okay, I came around the question in a way, but the other questions are related. Because in a way, not the Afghanistan question, but the other questions are related because they come to the issue of inequalities of different kinds and the attempt to bridge these inequalities. Look, the BRICS project, founded in first as IBSA, India, Brazil, South Africa, 2003, then as BRICS, including Russia and China in 2009. These platforms are okay if the actual governments in these countries were committed to them. After 2013, only 4 years into the BRICS project, government of India and the government of Brazil lost interest fully in BRICS. India decided to become a subordinate ally once again of the United States. Rather than build up the BRICS, they want to become part of the Quad, Japan, Australia, United States putting pressure on China. Brazil, under the leadership of Jair Bolsonaro, basically is not interested in South-South solidarity. They also want to be a subordinate ally of the United States, Europeans, and so on. See, he wants Brazil to be part of Europe, not to be part of the South. Similar with Mr. Modi. You see, why isn't India collaborating with other Asian countries? Let's develop a kind of Asian infrastructural system, both on the landmass of Eurasia, but also a maritime system. It should be inexpensive to travel from India to Indonesia. It should be inexpensive. We should have much more contact between India and Indonesia. Let me say something silly. I think we had more contact in the ancient world than we have now. Our cultures are intertwined. Not only the cultures of religion, various marks of Hinduism in Indonesia, but of course Islam. India and Indonesia are two of the largest Muslim countries in the world, but our contacts are minimal. And then, of course, politically, we share Bandung. We share great history of decolonization, the period after World War II. India and Indonesia stood side by side against colonialism. India supported, you may not know this, but after World War II in Delhi, there was a conference held on Indonesia's freedom in 1947. This is before you win your independence subsequently. But we already had a conference for Indonesian freedom in Delhi. We share political framework against colonialism. But our contacts are minimal now, Lukman. I'm being very honest and sincere with you. We can talk about go south and south-south, but we don't know each other well, as people. Why? Because the infrastructure isn't developed. How many direct flights are there between India and Indonesia? Do you read Indian novels? Do we read Indonesian novels? Do we know about Indonesian films and television and so on? We're back to the day where we're all watching European and US produced culture. And we may be able to talk to each other because we both share some Netflix series we watch that's made in Hollywood. But we don't know each other well as people. You can't build BRICS. You can't build South-South collaboration. You can't build these things unless the people are having contact with each other. I'm being very frank and sincere. So we have to struggle to develop this. Who are the 5 authors, Indonesian authors that should be read? What is Indonesian contemporary music? Who are your poets? What are the recent developments in Indonesian cuisine? What does it look like to be an Indonesian student? Should we have exchange programs between students from an Indonesian university and an Indian university? Let's talk about what kind of Islamic doctrines are prevalent now in our countries. These ways in which people get to know each other. And that's how you build from culture to society to economics and politics. This is how you build the BRICS bloc. It's not just governments getting together, because we don't trust each other. We don't trust each other to stand together. We've forgotten our own history of collaboration. So that's how I would come to that question. Issue of inequalities, even within the North, there are inequalities. This is, of course, true. It brings us to that other important question of capitalism. Now, in a way, we seem to have surrendered to capitalism. Capitalism is a great inequality generating system. When I said that thing about there are lots of hungry people, there's lots of food wasted. The reason the hungry people can't eat that food is they don't have money. What kind of moral world do we live in where if you don't have money, you should starve? And if you say to somebody, no, look, the hungry should just eat, they say, well, they lose the incentive to do things, but they're starving. What kind of world is that? What are our ethics? This is there in the North and in the South. So I quite agree. There are problems that we need to confront. It's not like the North is universally rich or the South is universally poor. In our countries, there are very rich people. In India, we know their names: Adani, Ambani, Birla, Tata. I'm sure in Indonesia, you have names you can rattle off, the 6, 8, 10 families that seem to be doing fine. There are some great problems in capitalism. Let's confront those directly. You see, I'm very interested in us having conversations about these things. We don't have to have some finality. Young people need to develop their own understanding, their attitude toward the world and so on. Let's discuss these openly. Let's not shut the conversation and say, sorry, cannot open the question of capitalism for discussion. Let's open it. Let's have the conversation. What do you feel? What do you feel about the fact that there's 2.7 billion hungry people and 931 million tons of food thrown away every year? What do you feel about that? Do you think it's acceptable? Do you think the market in the food thing is working well? If 931 million tons, do you think we have a good marketplace that's making rational decisions when by 2050, mark me on this, please write this down. This is from a UN report. By 2050, United Nations estimates there will be more plastic in our oceans than there will be fish. Okay, quickly on Afghanistan. What can one say? Yes, Afghanistan was a great humiliation for the United States, chased out of the country. On the other hand, friends, Afghan politics has been destroyed over the last 60 years. In 1919, under King Amanullah and Queen Soraya, Afghanistan had one of the most liberal constitutions in the third world, much more liberal than any constitution in India or in Indonesia, because guess what? Neither in India nor in Indonesia did we have a proper constitution because we were colonies in 1919 of the Dutch, of the British and so on. But the Afghans developed their own constitution in 1919, which was inspired by the Tanzimat reforms in the Ottoman Empire. And in this constitution, they said men and women are equal, all kinds of very far-sighted things. Afghans are not people with no history of social reform. They had a terrific constitution in 1964. Guess what? 1964, it's a banner year in the world. Excellent constitution. Look at Afghanistan today. Look how they've destroyed the country. I told you already, 3/4 of the country has no electricity. Politics has been really reduced and destroyed. The Afghan people are resilient. I've traveled many times in Afghanistan. As a journalist, I've met people, I maintain contact with people and so on. They don't want any more conflict. They don't want the West to now start sending arms to Amarullah Saleh in the Panjshir Valley or to, Ahmad Masood. Look, the Taliban is bad news, but people want peace, as they did in 1996 when they again welcomed the Taliban into power. Taliban is bad news. There's nothing moderate or pragmatic or anything about them, frankly. And this is an even worse government. The deputy of this government is Sirajuddin Haqqani of the Haqqani network. That's part of the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. These people are crazy, We don't want people like that in power. On the other hand, they are there. And how do we, struggle to change this kind of thinking? Do the Afghans need to create a new project for their country? This is going to take time. It will take time. In the interim, you can't bomb the country into submission. The US has tried to do that for 20 years.
But dia nggak join ya?
So I would say that in the short term, we have to really look for signs of a different kind of project for the Afghan people.
Okay, thank you, Vijay. I think we still have time, although it's limited. I will take 2 or 3 questions, but please in short. Anyone? Okay, there is one question in the chat box. According to you, is the current governments of India or Indonesia or Bangladesh doing enough to champion the Global South agendas? If not, what can civil societies, academia, and other actors in developing countries do to contribute to reorient the trajectory towards the agendas? I'm still waiting for a question from the floor, if there are any. If not, perhaps Vijay, you could respond to the questions and give some concluding remarks.
This is perfect, Lukman, because in fact, this question is begging for concluding remarks. Let's be again a little frank, okay? 50 years after Bandung, everybody was hoping, let's come back and have a new Bandung conversation. And in fact, there were commemoration events. But you remember those events, nothing like Bandung 1955. Really, the level of commitment and discussion to South-South was all about business. Who talked about culture and people-to-people contact? All of that is set to the side. You can't build South-South relations unless you put people at the center. They understood that in 1955. They talked about the cultural aspects. It's there in the declaration, but also in the speeches. We are publishing a book translated from Bhasha Indonesian into English about Bandung, written by Wildan. Very good book. It'll come out later this year, where he goes into the Indonesian archives to look at what happened in Bandung. Take a look at the book. It's there in Bhasha already. You can have a look at it on the history of the Bandung conference. Anyway, let's be honest. What do our countries do about South-South? They'll invite business people on exchange trips. They'll invite central bankers. They're not really enlarging the dialogue to talk even to scientists, to talk to culture makers, intellectuals, academics, Southern University to Southern University. At some point there was feverish interest in having exchanges, scholarships, and so on. Imagine if we decided to create a University of Southern Asia. There was a time when SAARC, the South Asian Regional Network, created a South Asian University based in Delhi. It's totally underfunded, to bring students from Pakistan, but that didn't work out. Students from Nepal, that really didn't work out well. It ended up a lot of Indian students. Imagine if we had a University of Southern Asia, which includes Laos, Vietnam, Cambodia, all the Southeast Asian countries, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, India, and so on. And we had a university, let's locate it, not in Singapore, let's locate it, where should we locate it? Let's locate it maybe in Malaysia or somewhere. relatively easy to get to outside KL. And it's a university of Southern Asia, where Southern Asian issues and dilemmas are discussed freely, and students come and they take degrees in, in technical fields maybe, and so on. That commitment is just not there. To think creatively about different kinds of exchanges, it's simply not there. So let's put that before. Yes, it's up to us. That's why we are releasing this plan to save the planet on October 16th. We want to engender debates and discussions. We don't have any outsized notion, but we do know that 9 governments are going to endorse this plan to save the planet. They're going to take this to the UN General Assembly. They want to hold a special session to discuss it, So we do know that there's interest in some governments. I talked to the president of Venezuela a few weeks ago, and he says personally at his UN speech, he's going to reference it. Well, that's interesting. Let's have that discussion. I hope the government of Indonesia looks at some of the suggestions. I know small island states will look at the suggestions on environment very carefully, because we've made very strong recommendations regarding common and differentiated responsibilities, which is the Rio formula. So let's start public discussions. If they're failing us in governments to have these really serious discussions, if the World Economic Forum is a place where the rich and wealthy go to discuss these issues, let's create our own forums. We don't have to have one big meeting somewhere. In your classroom, have a discussion. Let young people talk to each other. Let them walk the streets of their cities and say, hey, let's talk about these issues. We have to start dialogues. That's the beginning. That's the beginning.
Okay, thank you very much, Vijay, for very, insightful lectures and fruitful discussions. And we do hope that this is not the end, that the event will invite you. We, really keen to discuss further with you on various aspects, regarding the Global South issues in the next event. I really, thanks to your kindness, your commitment to make, to attend this conference, although, it's in a very difficult time slot. Okay, thank you very much, Vijay.
Bye, thanks a lot. I really appreciate being able to talk with you. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Okay, bye. Okay, I think there is no need for me to recap the lectures. I will give the floor to the MC, Mbak Mariola. Time is yours. Thank you so much. Okay, or whether Pak Muhadi will directly lead to the next sessions. Pak Muhadi is here. Yes, time is yours, Pak Muhadi.
Thank you very much, Lukman. Good morning to the participants from Indonesia and Europe, and good afternoon to the participants from Australia. It is a great honor for me to chair this expert panel session, a session which brings together exceptional speakers from a wide spectrum of backgrounds with enormous experience in relations to international politics and to the issues facing the Global South. In this session, Dr. Hasan Wirayuda, or more popularly, we know him as Pak Hasan, Professor Christian Reus-Smit and Dr. Utz Johan Pape will share with us their views on the international order beyond the pandemics and the repositioning of the Global South. Ladies and gentlemen, the participants of the conference, please allow me to introduce Pak Hasan Wirayuda as our first speaker. Pak Hasan Wirayuda, we know him very well, is an Indonesian diplomat and former Minister of Foreign Affairs in 2 presidential terms. Under Megawati Soekarno Putri between 2001 until 2004 and under President Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono from 2004 and 2009. Subsequently, he was a member of the Council of Presidential Advisor between 2010 and 2014. And throughout his career, of course, there have been a lot of things that Pak Hasan has contributed, not only to Indonesia, but also beyond Indonesia. In the effort to assist with the conflict resolution, he has served as a key negotiator to territorial conflicts in Southeast Asia. That is the conflict between the Free Aceh Movement or GAM and the government of Indonesia, and the conflict between Moro National Liberation Front, MNLF, and the government of the Philippines. Pak Hasan, you have 20 minutes for the presentation, and I will remind you 5 minutes before the time is up to wrap up your presentation. I think Pak Hasan is there, and time is yours, Pak Hasan, and it's a great honor to have you here in our conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Mohadi Sugiono, the moderator, distinguished speakers and participants of these conventions. First of all, allow me to thank the Institute of International Studies of the University of Gadjah Mada's Faculty of Social and Political Science for kindly inviting me to the 2021 annual conference on the Global South. I commend the university for organizing this conference on such an important topic. Please don't be surprised if I slightly change the topic by adding the prefix this, DIS, as in international disorder beyond the pandemic. This COVID-19 pandemic is a worldwide health crisis that requires a comprehensive global response. In order for this to be effective, it needs the United Nations to play a leadership role. It can be done by giving the UN a strong mandate to coordinate various international agencies and member states. COVID-19 should be designated by the United Nations Security Council as a threat to international peace and security. Unfortunately, that has not been the case. Because COVID-19 is a viable threat to international peace and security, the United Nations Security Council has the mandate to designate the pandemic as a threat to international peace and security. 7 years ago, the United Nations Security Council adopted resolutions to designate the Ebola plagues as a pandemic, as it spread in some countries of the African continent, was regarded as a threat to peace and international security. This is contained in UN Security Council resolutions 2177 of 2014. The Ebola outbreak was much more limited in scope, and its regional nature means that the number of victims was much smaller than the COVID-19 pandemic. In contrast, the SARS-CoV-2 virus and its variants are more virulent. In a relatively short period of time, the outbreak quickly spread all over the world. Inexplicably, the United Nations Council failed to discharge its mandate on these unprecedented situations. In May 2020, the United Nations Security Council brought up the matter, but it was clear that the council members, namely China and Russia, would have opposed any resolutions prepared on the issue, which continues to sharply divide members of the permanent five. Any initiative by one group will be vetoed by the other, while resulted in no resolutions getting adopted. Unlike Ebola, the COVID-19 pandemic was not considered as a threat to international peace and security, and it was considered a political instead of a substantive matter. The UN Security Council resolution is binding to all member states due to the UN standing as an organization managing global governance, including providing leadership in mitigating the COVID-19 pandemic. On matters of disease control, WHO, the World Health Organization, is mandated to deal with global health issues. But during the time of crisis, the WHO was weakened by the United States' withdrawal from that health body. This included President Trump's decision to block the US $500 million contribution to WHO as part of his America First policy of reducing Washington's multilateral commitments. Even the name of the virus has become an object of political bickering between the United States and China as part of the competitions between these two superpowers. The United States label it as Wuhan or even China virus, while WHO actually has officially designated virus as SARS-CoV-2, or more popular, COVID-19. So our world is in disarray and without leadership. The way the world deals with the COVID-19 pandemic is reflections of a larger problems, namely the global order on political and security, as well as ineffective global economic order. And why? The existing global order based on United Nations Charter, which was established in 1945, 67 years ago, at the end of the World War II, and is no longer adequate to deal with or adapt to the current global situations. Ideally, the United Nations has to be reformed. There have been attempts actually in the past to reform the United Nations. But all such efforts have failed so far. In comparison, Indonesia was able to amend the 1945 constitutions during the 1997-98 multidimensional crisis, though that document was drafted almost at the same time as the UN Charter. As with reformasi, it took a crisis to change, which until then were infamous for its lack of ingenuity to amend our constitution, our country's 1945 constitutions. At the global level, history tells us that it took a crisis to change. The fall of the Holy Roman Empire, followed by 30 years of war in Europe, gave birth to the new world order based on the Westphalian system of 1648. Likewise, the outdated system of balance of power and alliance system, which were an important elements of the Westphalian system, led to the outbreak of World War I. The story repeats itself as the failure of the collective security system under the Charter of the League of Nations led to World War II. The presence of 15,000 nuclear warheads on high alert today have saved our world in the past 6-7 years, but the lack of global crisis and the complacency that follows burden us with this ineffective political security as well as economic global order. Likewise, the 2010 G20 summit in London, which decided to reform the Bretton Woods institutions, namely the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and the regional development banks, have not materialized. After the global financial crisis of 2008 has somewhat dissipated, it seems the world's major economic powers has no intention to reform the global economic order. On the consequences and challenges, the COVID-19 pandemic spread rapidly around the world since it was detected in December 2019 in Wuhan, China. This is due to rapid advances of communications, transportations, and connectivity, which until then were seen as the innovations of globalizations or post-globalization. Few island countries in the Pacific were somewhat isolated, especially in the early stages of the pandemic. Practically, all countries, rich and poor, as well as big and small, are affected by the pandemic. According to WHO, the total number of COVID-19 are 222 million and 406,592, and the total number of fatalities are 4,592,934 as of September 10, 2020. In comparison, the Spanish flu pandemic of 1918 to 1920 resulted in an estimated 500 million cases and some 20 to 50 million fatalities. Advances in medical science and technology, public health services, as well as the availability of subsidized medications help reduce the number of COVID-19 cases to half of the Spanish flu. This is shown in the relative fast inventions of the COVID-19 vaccines by the end of last year, which it took only months instead of years. This innovation not only reduced the number of new cases, it also reduced hospitalizations and deaths. Vaccination rates are currently the key to mitigating COVID-19, as medication to cure the virus has yet to be invented. The key problems in mitigating the COVID-19 pandemics is the unequal distribution of vaccines from the gap between rich and poor countries, which were divided between North and South, as well as South-South divisions. The questions of unequal distribution of vaccine is similar to unequal distribution of income, wealth, trade, and investment, as well as development. The problems of unequitable distribution of vaccine is, in a way, a microcosm of much larger problems in the relationship between the North and South and its many deficiencies. It is widely reported recently that wealthy nations of the North could potentially have a surplus of more than 1.2 billion doses of COVID-19 vaccines and by the end of this year, which are not designated as a donation to poorer nations. Vaccine nationalisms, including the imposition of trade restrictions, including export restrictions, hampered works against multilateral cooperations. The rich countries can directly deal with the vaccine manufacturers, making the availability of vaccine to COVID-19 vaccines global access, or COVAX, limited. COVAX is a multilateral initiative involving WHO, UNICEF, and their partners, as well as member states. However, COVAX has achieved significant progress. It has raised $10 billion and secured commitment up to 4.5 billion vaccine doses, 240 million of which have been delivered to 139 countries in the past 6 months. However, the bigger picture showed that while high and upper middle income countries' vaccinated coverage is 80%, In contrast, only 20% of people in low and lower middle income countries have received a first doses of vaccine. Obviously, the global picture of access to COVID-19 vaccine is unacceptable. Dr. Vijay quoted the words from the Director General of WHO, which described the situation as, meaning the unequal distributions as as vaccines apartheid. According to the WHO Director General, more than 5 billion vaccines had been administered worldwide, but 75% of which were administered in just 10 countries. In contrast, vaccination coverage in Africa was just 2%. This unequitable distribution of vaccine was condemned as unacceptable by the Director General of WHO and as a total disappointment by the Director of African CDC. Even the former British Prime Minister Gordon Brown even accused the rich countries of committing a moral outrage by stockpiling COVID-19 vaccines.
Hassan, 5 minutes more, 5 more minutes.
So the unequitable distribution of vaccine or medicine is not new in the context of the relationship between North and South. Previously, there was also a similar case on the inventions of HIV/AIDS medicine, but again, victims in the South had limited access due to the high price of the HIV/AIDS medicines. On the post-pandemic global governance, when does the post-COVID-19 world begins? As the world relies heavily on the vaccine to cope with the pandemic and not the medicines, there is an absence of effective medicines against the virus. It is perhaps realistic that we have to live with the coronavirus, not least because of the declining rates of cases around the world. Singapore, Australia are countries who have been more open to adopt this approach. To what extent COVID-19 mitigation would affect global governance is difficult to predict. But again, to me, as the global order on political security and economics are ineffective, this also affects the way the global governance deals with the current global issues. The immediate effect of COVID-19 is disruption of everything except conflicts. COVID-19 induced policies such as lockdowns, which disrupt economic activities, social activities, and interactions of persons and learning, to name a few. And there is indications that COVID-19 would also affect the productions and distributions of food. There is a potential that as a result of this COVID, the world would fail to reach SDG target 2, namely on zero hunger by 2030. In conclusions, ineffective global governance on political security and economic before COVID-19, now and in the foreseeable future, effective global response to COVID-19 pandemic. Efforts to mitigate the pandemic have not been fully effective due to the lack of global leaderships and weakened WHO. Number 2, COVAX is a good way out, but its works was hampered by vaccine nationalisms and greediness of the wealthy nations, resulting in unequitable distribution of vaccine, which is unacceptable. And it is a microcosm of the North-South dialogue problems. And the last point, ineffective global order, and COVID-19 pandemic disrupts efforts to meet the SDG targets, including on food security. And I thank you very much.
Pomodi still mute.
Thank you very much, Pak Hassan. We are relatively on time, and we have more time for discussion. And for that purpose, I will divide the Q&A session into two parts. Each will consist of 15 minutes, inviting three persons to raise their hand. Okay, I open to the floor for questions directed to Pak Hassan. I see one hand is raised, Tika Taskia. You would like to turn on your camera so that Pak Hassan know exactly who you are.
I'm very sorry to the committee and Pak Hassan because I cannot turn on my camera due to technical issue.
Okay. Again.
First
Okay,
of all,
please continue.
thank you for the opportunity. My name is Tika Taskia and I'm from Indonesia, from International Relations Universitas Pajajaran. And this is very honor for me to hear some insight, some statement from you. I want to ask a question, Mr. Hassan. Since this pandemic COVID-19 has drove a big transformation to digital, how do you think about the term? How do you think about the term global internet governance? Do you think it will be more relevant? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Taskia. And now lower your hand. I will give the opportunity to the next question, Lukmanul Hakim.
Thank you, Pak Hassan, for a very insightful presentations. I think I just would like to comment on the conclusions. I think the problem is not only that some quote unquote normative target of global development will not be achieved, in the context of pandemic, but there was a significant change on the orientations of global development. For example, especially in the countries of the global south, that we are facing the dilemma between health and and economic issues that you mentioned earlier. And due to the press for post-pandemic, so-called post-pandemic economic recovery, many governments then apply developmental policies that was essentially contradictory to various normative norms of development, such as environment, people's rights, etc. And this resulted in massive global tractions, global movement. What was happening in Indonesia, in India, and others are result of these policies. How the tensions between these national-based tensions, and the global orientations of development will look like in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Lukman. One more person to raise questions or to respond Pak Hassan presentations. Okay, Rizky, Alif Alfian.
Thank you, Pak Muhadi, and thank you, Pak Hassan. My question will be on how should Indonesia position itself in relation to the global north? I think this question is relevant given that in 1955, we can argue that the global north is the main actor which hinders the progress or the emancipation of the global south from the legacy of colonialism. However, in the current context, where the relationships between the south and the north has been increasingly intensified, how should Indonesia or the global south countries in general readjust its or their positions with regard to the global north? That will be my question, Pak Muhadi and Pak Hassan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Hassan. There were 3 questions for you, and I hope that you can address the question directly.
Well, I think people all over the world realize the importance of internet, IT, as the COVID-19 disrupts the process of teaching. We are grateful that as an alternative, we use internet, Zooms, to continue the learning process, though, of course, it's not as fully effective as the direct person-to-person context. But you can imagine actually the internet and direct context, I mean the internet use for communication has been there for some times, but it is because of the COVID-19 that we are forced, in a way, in a positive sense, that people can, students can learn via Zoom or internet, but likewise works from home. We didn't believe before COVID this can happen, but we realized that now we can work from home. And in other words, there is a globalized global awareness of the importance of internet, and this would help on what you term as global internet governance. So we thank COVID for that matter, because we are forced to use the available technology, IT technology, for our interactions, in absence of in absence of direct contacts for works or for study. So, but like what Pak Vijay said in his earlier speech, the problem is that there is still a big gap between the rich and poor countries. Even there is still a big gap within countries. We all read the news that students in the central Sulawesi had to walk hours in order to get internet access. Some kids have to climb trees in order to have internet access. So in other words, this is a challenge. If we want to really realize global internet governance, because the infrastructure are not there yet. Perhaps we don't realize if we live in Yogyakarta or here in Jakarta, but in the very remote areas of Indonesia, while we all recognize the importance of internet, that some of our people, many of our people do not have the good access to internet. On Pak Lukman's questions, I'm very much in agreement with you when you said that targets of SDGs or developments, economic developments, are hampered by COVID-19. Though the COVID-19 is not the only one, the only factor that's hampered the process. I've been of the view that as the target of SDG might be very difficult to achieve, not because of COVID. COVID is one, as I said, but also because of the lack of financial support. It was easy for the UN or the conference on SDG to name a list of targets of SDG. But in the end, developing and poor countries have no access to financial support. So I'm afraid that SDG would experience the same fate as its earlier predecessor, namely the SDGs. Of course, on SDG number 2, which is very important because deals with food security, there is already quite a number of analysis by food and agriculture organizations, but also by World Food Programs, that production of food will be much declined, while it's not only COVID, but of course also because of the climate change, and countries in sub-Saharan Africa would experience not only shortage, in the end, hunger. It's complicated by the conflict situation in many countries in Africa. In the current days, we heard the news that in northern Ethiopia, people are experiencing hunger, famine, because lack of access to food. Likewise, in some countries in Latin America, they will also experience shortage of food. Of course, COVID not only has affected the health of the people, but also disrupt economic activities. So there was a basic question whether we take a strong, hard measures to contain COVID, including, for example, by lockdown, but in the end, it is bring negative impact to our economic development. It's a very difficult choice for policymakers how to balance between measures to contain COVID, at the same time to promote our economy. How does it look like in the future in terms of South-North dialogues, but also South-South dialogues? If we read the UNCTAD recent report, it gives a rather rosy picture of North-South dialogues. South is claimed to contribute some high percentage of export to the North. But in reality, the UNCTAD report includes China, Korea, Taiwan, which are, in a way, developed countries. So there is a statistical misleading on this. How Dr. Vijay said about the areas that the West, the North, are monopolizing on financing, on resources, on informations, on armaments, things which will be there, and they make North-South relations complicated, as well as the South's developments are difficult to attain. So, but there is also a problem between South and South relations. From my own experience, I'm rather optimistic for South-South to promote a interregional cooperations. Look at the case of East Asia and Latin American countries cooperations, FELAC, but likewise Asia-Africa strategic partnerships that we developed in 2005. But efforts such as D8, which is developing, I should said G15, which is a leading economic of the developing countries, meaning the non-aligned movement. But then based on the Organization of Islamic Countries, there was a D8. These interregional South-South cooperations had experienced an early demise. So I'm more in favor of, rather than focusing, at least at this stage, on interregional, or I think countries would be better to promote more their intra-regional cooperations. Whether or not we have to change the global economic order, as said earlier, it will be very difficult, because even the developed countries who monopolize the Bretton Woods institution at one point at the G20 summit in London agreed to reform those Bretton Woods institutions, but in reality, 20 years after, there is no such reform. That's the situation that we are facing. And as of now, there is no good prescriptions how to deal with it. The last question: how should Indonesia position itself in the relation between North and South? I somewhat respond on this question under when I responded to question of Lukman. So, but I think Indonesia is mandated by our constitution to promote a global order which is based on independence, abiding peace, and social justice. Perhaps not so much problems on independence, because almost all colonized countries have got their independence, except Palestine. But the most difficult is on social justice. Social justice at home, but of course more difficult to promote social justice. I mean, world order based on social justice. But I think we should continue to strive to do our best how we can contribute to creations of a global order which is based on these three pillars. Difficult as it is, but we should continue to try to promote it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Hassan. We still have enough time, I think, for 3 more questions. I can open the floor again for the next question. No question? Pak Hassan, while we are waiting for others to raise their hand for question, I have one question for you. I would like to make use of the privilege as the moderator to raise a question. You mentioned about vaccine diplomacy and vaccine nationalism. Do you think that vaccine nationalism and vaccine diplomacy refer only to the act and the behavior of the global North and not the global South? In fact, as I understand, vaccine diplomacy and vaccine nationalism can be understood in 2 different ways. For those who produce vaccine, the vaccine diplomacy means to make use of vaccine to expand their power and their influence to others, while the vaccine diplomacy for the countries like Indonesia and others, the consumer of the vaccine diplomacy means to secure access to vaccine. And this is also another kind of vaccine nationalism, isn't it? Okay, there is one more person raising their hand. I give the opportunity for him to raise the question. Pak Ebihara.
Thank you, moderator. So thank you, Pak Hassan, for the presentation, the interesting presentation. My question is related to Pak Muhadi's question, actually. So, yeah, with regard to vaccine diplomacy, I think Indonesia probably, as far as I understand, try to take a very different position, something like we want to make sure that every country will get the vaccine or things like that. So I'd like to know to the extent that Indonesia has been very successful to overcome this kind of vaccine nationalisms mentioned by Adi Mahdi Sugiono. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Abi. One more opportunity for raising hand for question. Okay, Anielo. Your microphone, please, Anielo.
Yeah, okay. Good morning, everyone. I want to ask the Pak Hassan, how Indonesia then is going to work between the issue between Europe country or America. For example, in Europe and America, they are allow just the kind of vaccine. This means just people who have shot like Pfizer or Moderna can go around in Europe, and other no. So another wise in Indonesia allowed all vaccine. This means that people from Europe can go to Indonesia or other country and go tourist or study, and people from Indonesia need to take another vaccine for go around in Europe or in America. So how this way can like make deep diplomacy? I mean, how it's gonna work between countries that use Sinovac or Sinopharm, then want to go to Europe like Indonesia and I mean like diplomacy vaccine.
Good. Pak Hassan, three questions for you from me as a moderator, from Pak Ebihara and from Anilo.
Well, the term vaccine nationalism was invented somewhat, was used for the first time when EU imposed export restrictions on vaccine that produced in EU member countries when they are still needed it. I mean, as they are making stockpile for vaccine for their own people. Number two, on the intellectual property rights, we recall that Chancellor Merkel openly spoke about the need to protect the copyrights of the inventions of vaccines. The US has slightly different approach to this. President Biden, for example, was openly said that we cannot impose an intellectual property rights while vaccines are badly needed. The production is not enough to cover the needs of 7.9 billion of people. That's why copyrights can be shared. After all, the innovation of AstraZeneca or Moderna and Pfizer was sponsored financially by the government. That's why there's a greater public interest here rather than the interest of companies of private sector. And in this regard, they cannot claim that they have spent so much billions of money to promote vaccine, while actually it was the public fund, meaning government's money that is used to for research. Vaccine nationalism referred to the fact that, for example, the rich countries, the wealthy nations, have accumulated by now 1.2 billion doses of vaccines, while in developing countries in Africa, only 2% of their own their people are vaccinated. Likewise, Indonesia, to cover 270 million people, we have how much? doses of vaccine we do have. I think despite our efforts to get the support of COVAX on our bilateral dealings with the manufacturers, in total, I guess the number of doses, of vaccine doses that we have is still fall behind our needs. So I was hoping in the beginning that COVAX, which is could play a bridge here, could be an effective mechanism to address this gap of vaccines between the North and South. We're encouraged by the fact that COVAX was able to got this financial support of around 10 billion US dollar. But in practice, COVAX also has difficulties to compete with rich countries because the rich countries dealt directly with the manufacturers, and COVAX has to wait until the rich countries, the rich nations accumulated such huge vaccine, which may not be of their use. In a way, rich countries actually were hedging. They were worried about the new variants, and they worried that they might experience the increase of cases. And for that matter, they have these huge stocks, while on the other hand, countries of the South has no or limited vaccine to vaccinate their people. So to me, the combinations of restriction, including export restrictions, but also the huge amount of doses. You can imagine 1.2 billions of vaccines are in the possession of the rich countries, while others are waiting to get access to. So to secure access for our vaccine of our people, it's not a question of nationalisms. It's a question of necessity, because still a big gap between the needs and the availability of vaccine in our hands. On vaccine diplomacy, to my understanding, that Indonesia followed two steps. Number one is to rely on the international mechanisms under WHO, namely COVAX. But we now know that COVAX also have difficulties to secure big amount of doses to be distributed for developing countries. In addition, we also rely on bilateral diplomacy to have access to countries which produce vaccines and accumulate huge stock of vaccine in their possessions. Number three, of course, dealing with directly with the manufacturers. On this, it's also not easy, like what the COVAX is now experiencing, because COVAX has to compete with rich nations, and they have a better access to the producers or manufacturers of vaccine. That's why I said that in many ways, the COVID pandemics and access to vaccine is in a way a macrocosms of the problems in a larger problem of North-South dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The third question from Anilo about the choice of Indonesian government for the type of vaccines.
Oh yes, sorry, I forgot that. Actually, there is a WHO standard or recognized type of vaccines, of course, in much early stage, AstraZeneca, Pfizer, Moderna, or recognized by WHO, in particular because they are widely used in countries of the North. Only a later stage that China, for example, submitted a request to WTO to give a certification of the Chinese-made vaccine, namely Sinovac and Sinopharm. It was interesting that Sinopharm got earlier certification, and only 1 or 2 months later that Sinovac get the vaccine. So in other words, as long as those vaccines are cleared, those vaccines have been given certification, there should be no discriminations by countries. But don't forget that new vaccines are also being developed. So the more vaccine will be available, and also the more vaccine will be given or not be given by WHO in order for those new vaccine be used for public. So at the national level, we experience, for example, that Saudi in the initial stage only recognized certain kinds of vaccines, and Chinese-made Sinovac was not. So it raised concern by our people, because when they wish to go to Saudi Arabia to perform Hajj or Umrah, those who were vaccinated by Sinovac may not have access to. But later on, I think Saudi clarified, as Sinovac also was given approval by WHO. So there should be no discriminations based on the type of vaccine that the countries use. And the new kind of discrimination will be on vaccine passport, namely between those who are vaccinated and those who are not, particular for international travel purposes. This raises a concern, but each country has a policy how to make their borders secure, meaning no infected COVID-19 to enter their countries, and at the same time to facilitate those who are already vaccinated to travel internationally.
Okay, thank you. I can add something, but for example, after 1 year, we in Europe or just have the passport vaccine. This means I can go in Europe and another country that have like Sinovac or Pfizer or Moderna. After 1 year, for example, that all the world has this passport vaccine, but Euro country don't allow people from that use Sinovac or Sinopharm or Sputnik to come to Europe. This will change the diplomacy. I mean, also in Indonesia, we made some limits for Euro people to come in Indonesia. Or for Indonesia, it's fine to have just limit for Indonesian people to come to Europe, but Europe can go to Indonesia without limits. I mean,
okay.
I don't know if it's clear.
Well, I think it's a matter of calculations between health precautions or measures and the need to promote economic development. Tourism has an important contribution to the economy of many states, and for that matter, it's up to countries themselves whether to accept more vaccines, more people who are vaccinated, whatever type of vaccine they have been administered. So, but at this stage, for example, vaccine passport is still quite controversial because it connotes discriminations. Only today that I read that Britain has adopted a vaccine passport to facilitate travels to and from the United Kingdom?
Well, thank you very much, Pak Hassan. We are right on the time to end the session of your presentation, and I hope everyone enjoy the dialogue with Pak Hassan. And once again, on behalf of the Institute of International Studies, I would like to thank you very much, Pak Hassan. And this is not the last that we will invite you, and hopefully you would be able to respond positively to our invitation for the future. Thank you very much, Pak Hassan.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, we move to the next speaker, and it's great that our next speaker, Professor Christian Reus-Smit, sorry, I hope I pronounce your name correctly, is already there. Professor Christian Reus-Smit is a professor of international relations at the University of Queensland and a fellow of the Academy of Social Sciences in Australia. Professor Reus-Smit research focuses on institutional nature and evolution of international order. His most significant contribution to international relations theory is believed to be his argument on the question of the enigma of fundamental institution. Professor Reus-Smit has a broad range of publications, including The End of Global Pluralism, Power, Legitimacy, and Order, and Individual Right and Making of the International State. Welcome to the conference, Professor Christian Reus-Smit, and we would like to have your idea and thought about the theme of our conference, the repositioning of the Global South in the post-pandemic global order. Professor Reus-Smit, time is yours. We have 20 minutes, and I will remind you 5 minutes before 20 minutes, so that you should be able to wrap up the speech and give the more opportunity for question and answer. Time is yours. The microphone is still muted. Okay.
Is that all right? You can
hear
me now? Okay. Well, thank you very much for inviting me to speak to you today. It's a great opportunity for me, and I'm very honoured to be in the company of the honoured other speakers who are on this particular session. So what I'm going to do is I want to really kind of zoom out a bit and talk about the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the international order in general. And some of what I'm going to say will really then, I think, position the question of the implications for the Global South in the context of that larger picture that I want to paint. What I'd like to do is to divide what I'm going to say today into 3 parts. I want to begin by really asking, when we speak of the international order, what are we actually speaking about? Because there's enormous amount of variation in how people conceive of the international order. And of course, that affects their judgments about whether this order is in some kind of crisis, and of course, what impact the pandemic will have had on that international order. The second thing I want to do is I want to talk about, just briefly, about the challenges that the international order was facing before the COVID pandemic. Because of course, you know, the talk about the demise of the modern or liberal international order was of course alive and well before the pandemic hit. And so I think it's part of what we need to do is to think about what difference the pandemic makes in the context of an order that is already in a crisis of some sort. And then in the third section, I want to talk about what I think are some of the impacts that COVID-19 has had on that crisis of international order. And of course, what I'm going to say is not going to be exhaustive. There are many aspects of the impact of COVID-19, but I want to draw out what I think are some of the most salient. And no doubt other speakers will be drawing out other aspects that I may have neglected. But let me begin with the characteristics of the prevailing international order. Now, in general, when I think about international orders, I think about them as system-wide configurations of political authority. They're ways of ordering political authority across a region or across a globe. And when we think historically, we can think about international orders. We can think about imperial international orders. We can think about suzerain international orders. We can think about the kind of medieval international order that existed in Europe prior to the 15th and 16th centuries. And of course, we can think about the international order we have today, of which the starting characteristic of that international order since decolonization in the 1970s has actually been what I call universal sovereignty. That for the first time in global history, the territory of the globe is pretty much, other than the oceans, divided up into territorial sovereign states. And that provides the basic framework for the organization of political authority on the globe. Now, on top of that, and this has to do with when people start to talk about the liberal characteristics of that international order, on top of that sort of foundation of universal sovereignty, we have a particular framework of institutions. This international order is more densely institutionalized than any international order in history, and it's more legalized than in any international order in history. And since the 19th century, for better or for worse, the international order, that institutionalization has been built around two basic institutions. One is multilateralism, and the other one is contractual international law. And of course, we know that those institutions have, although they have their, I would argue that they have liberal roots, of course, their evolution has produced hierarchies and exclusions and inequalities. They've been used to justify empire as much as they've been used to sustain sovereignty. And of course, they have been the product also of many hands. Much of the contemporary international order has been the product of not just Western hands, but also of, importantly, of non-Western hands, or the hands and agency of the global South. Now, in addition to this universal sovereign order, densely institutionalized and legalized, I think there have been three principles that have been important in shaping that order, particularly since 1945. One of those is collective security, and by which I mean by that we should have an international order in which the use of violence is regulated and constrained to very limited circumstances. Another is economic globalization, and the idea that it is to the advantages of everyone that the globe be integrated economically. And of course, there are all sorts of questions about what that actually means and about how you deal with the downsides of that process. But nonetheless, that has been an important feature of this international order. And the third element, and perhaps the most controversial element, has of course been the rise of human rights as a set of principles that are first and foremost about limiting the scope of state power, and based on the idea that individuals have certain fundamental rights on which the state should not be allowed to impede, and that the international community has an interest in seeing protected. So essentially that's how I think about the international order in its basic institutional framework that evolved since 1945. Now that leads me to the second part of what I want to say, which is, well, if there was a crisis in that international order in recent years, what are the principal characteristics of that crisis? And I think, again, I would identify three principal characteristics of that. The first is that we've moved from an era what many people call the American era, the era of US hegemony, and we've moved to an era in which political authority, particularly in this time in the form of hierarchy, is now in contestation, principally between the United States and China. And how the United States and China, what kinds of authority and power both of those states will lead or have within the international order is now a site of contestation. And I think that's a crucial feature of the crisis of the contemporary international order, is that competition for authority. The second thing, and this has an expression across the globe, although I think many people often focus on its manifestation within the West, but this is the rise of right-wing nationalism and the associated decline in what I would call an internationalist will. And of course, many people argue that after 1945, a key factor in the development of the international order was a commitment on the part of certain northern states to construct a particular kind of international order, and that they were able to do that because there was a domestic consensus behind them that, in a sense, undergirded that attempt to shape the international order. Now, I think it's important to note that that should not be overdrawn. I'm one of the people who actually argues that it's wrong to think about the post-1945 order as simply a construction of the West. So I think you can overstate this, but nonetheless, I think it's very important that the consensus that has existed in many states, particularly many leading Western states, about the role of their states in shaping an international order has been undermined by the rise of particular forms of right-wing nationalism. And of course, we can see that in a whole lot of, in many places. We see that in the United States, of course, under the Trump administration, but also in the continued contestation within the United States. We see it of course, in Brexit Britain. We see it in parts of Eastern Europe, but we also see this in the rise of right-wing forms of nationalism in Russia and in Brazil, of course, outside of that kind of liberal core. So the third thing that I think is crucial feature of the crisis of the contemporary international order is institutional incapacity. And this is that the international institutions that were constructed after the Second World War to deal with a whole host of different functional challenges that states were making, these institutions are now struggling to accommodate or to deal with not only the old functional issues that they were created to deal with, like regulating warfare, managing the world economy, but they're also struggling to deal with a host of new governance challenges: climate change, the COVID pandemic, global digitalization, the emergence of new forms of organized violence. So we can see that the institutional architecture that has been so important for that international order is now struggling to deal with these new and old functional challenges. And this is happening at the time when we have a dilution of leadership because of contestation between China and the US, and also because of declining internationalist will within states that have previously been committed to that international order. So if that's the nature of the challenges facing the international order prior to the COVID pandemic, then what can we say about the impact of the COVID pandemic on that crisis? And here I want to divide I want to focus on several observations, and I'll go through them in turn. Now, the first thing that I want to say is that something very interesting about the COVID pandemic that I think we need to understand as fundamental. And that is that the COVID-19 pandemic or COVID-19 virus is a quintessential material phenomenon. Right? It's a bacteria that has particular bacterial characteristics, and it spreads between human bodies. So it's a material phenomenon. But what's interesting about it is that we see in the enormous variation in how different states and societies have addressed that pandemic, we see the importance of ideas in shaping the development of the pandemic. And here I think the famous anthropologist Marshall Sahlins had a very important observation when he said that the material effects of anything depend on their cultural encompassment. And I think the pandemic really highlights that, in that states have displayed different conceptions of risk, different views on the role of the state and individual freedom, different policy responses. In some, ideas have mattered crucially in shaping how this pandemic has developed and will do in shaping its implications going forward. So that's a fundamental thing that think we need to understand. The second thing is that I think the pandemic has highlighted in stark relief the importance of the institutional capacity of states. But it has also highlighted known and neglected variations in that capacity. In general, states with strong political institutions, robust public health systems, and the coherent and transparent flow of information have done better than states that have weak institutions, entrenched political polarization, run-down and inequitable public health systems, and contested knowledge. Now, what's interesting is that these differences between states with strong institutional capacity and those with weak institutional capacity does not fit our normal ways of dividing up the international order into different kinds of states. In fact, it's actually been states at the core of the international system, in particular the United States, that have shown most starkly the impact of weak institutions and political polarization and contested knowledge on how this pandemic can develop. And at the same time, at the opposite end of the spectrum, we can see within the global south, we can see real pockets of success. For example, and I think here of the state in the Indian state of Kerala, where you've had really good, even in a very poor region, you've had very good public policy responses, very transparent flow of information, and a good utilization of existing health resources. So this insight about state capacity actually applies in very interesting and uneven ways across the globe. Third, and I want to come more directly to the question of the impact on the international order here. And here I want to say 5 things. The first thing is that there are some things that the pandemic hasn't changed. The pandemic has done nothing to ease the struggle for authority between the United States and China. Indeed, if anything, it's provided another site in which that struggle can be played out. First of all, there's been the use of international forums by China and the United States to pursue a politics of responsibility, a blame game. And second, and previous speakers have already talked about this at length, and this is the competitive vaccine diplomacy that has become part of this competition. So that's the first observation I'd make, that the pandemic didn't induce newfound cooperation between US and China. If anything, it's exacerbated the tensions. Second, if anything, and I think only time will tell on this, but I think this is something that may change. But I think just as an initial observation, it does seem that the pandemic has taken the sort of shine off right-wing nationalism. It hasn't made it go away, but right-wing nationalists in government have proven themselves strikingly incompetent in managing the pandemic, recklessly costing the lives of numerous of their citizens. We can see this in the US, Brazil, Russia, India to an extent, even the UK. At least temporarily, there also seems to be a shift to the empowerment of parties that are on the left or centre left, including green political parties. So what this actually means going forward is unclear, but it does seem to have affected the kind of steady rise of this form of global right-wing nationalism. The third observation is that the pandemic has shown just how necessary international institutional cooperation is, but how tragically weak it presently is. This is partly because of the weakness of dedicated institutions like the World Health Organization, but it's compounded by a profound lack of global leadership. There is no hegemon in sight in global COVID politics, and middle powers have been completely absent without leave. So we've been left in a situation where the institutions, where institutional cooperation is needed, existing institutions are weak, and there's been no leadership to try, even under this condition of emergency, to try and improve that capacity. In fact, it's exposed a yawning gulf between government declarations, and I'm here thinking of government declarations by leading Western states, in support of what they call the rules-based international order, and any genuine sense that international institutions are needed to solve collaboration problems and deliver public goods, and that such institutions actually require political investment. The fourth thing I'd say is that COVID-19 has challenged formerly dominant neoliberal approaches to national economic governance and economic globalization. First, states across the global north and south have learnt the power of counter-cyclical government spending to avert economic crises. Second, disrupted global supply chains are placing a renewed emphasis on global production over comparative advantage. Now, some argue, and there was a really interesting long essay in The Guardian by the Columbia economic historian Adam Tooze, some argue that this heralds the end of the neoliberal era. But it's unclear to me whether this is the case. It still seems possible to me that states may well embrace counter-cyclical economic spending, but at the same time return to post-crisis or invest or make post-crisis forms of neoliberal governance the norm as they try to deal with huge amounts of government debt. So we could actually have, at one level, neoliberal practices discredited, but in a sense, an embrace of those practices to deal with issues of debt.
Chris, 5 more minutes.
I'm on to my last point. Thank you. So finally, and this is crucially important, and I think it's important to thinking about the position of the global south, but not just that. Finally, the pandemic has shown that global inequality is a grim reaper. The virus doesn't discriminate between bodies, but we do. The poorest neighbourhoods and the poorest regions in the world have been the hardest hit. From the immigrant suburbs of Sydney at present to Mumbai and Singapore. And moreover, the effects have fallen disproportionately on women. Now because these axes of inequality don't map neatly onto a north-south divide, I think if anything, what they do is they encourage us to think or to reflect back on understandings of economic inequality that saw economic inequality not only stratified globally between a core and a periphery and a semi-periphery, but also stratifications within the core or the north and within the global south, and how those, in fact, so we have a much more variegated terrain of inequality that the global international order is going to have to address. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much, Chris. And we are right on the time for the question and answer. So, as the previous speaker, I will divide into two parts. Each part will invite 3 persons to raise their hand for questions or respond to Chris' presentation. I open the floor. Okay, Ali.
Thank you. Thank you, Pak Muhadi, and thank you, Chris, for the interesting presentation. My question may sound ridiculous, but based on your presentation, it seems that despite the pandemic, the general contour or landscape of the international order persists. It remains intact in general. My question is, why this event, the pandemic, this event of this magnitude, is unable to significantly change the order? What makes the current form of international order so resilient and persistent? I think that will be my question, Pak Muhadi and Chris.
Okay. Second opportunity for question and respond. Okay, Grace, while we are waiting for another person to raise question, I again, don't blame me for being authoritarian, making use of the position as a moderator to ask you a question. So many people in international relations tend to think of change in international relations due to various sudden occasions, sudden events like September 2001, and then now pandemic. But what happened, in fact, both the terrorist attack of 9/11 as well as pandemic, as the previous person, Alif, raised, did not change anything. And in fact, I agree with you that it is in fact more to strengthen the existing international order based on the inequality, based on the unsustainability and so on and so on, rather than making change of the way in which international relation is conducted. Is that true?
Would you like me to address those 2 questions now?
Yeah.
Or wait for another one?
Yeah, okay.
So I mean, they're both related to each other. I think the first thing that I'd say is that I think in general, crises, international crises that really fundamentally undermine international orders are really quite rare. You know, what we tend to associate them with is large systemic wars. And in a sense, it's large systemic wars that destroy existing institutions, but also that then create opportunities and the necessity to recreate institutions after the ending of that conflict. Now, I think that one of the issues that we face, and I think 9/11 was like this, but also the pandemic is like this, is that although these are really profound crises, they have not had the destructive effect on political institutions that systemic war has. And so what the tragedy of this is that we are in desperate need of institutional reform, but we still don't have that moment when people are prepared to say everything is so fundamentally broken that we need to start reimagining an international order. And that's because they're not forced to do that, right? In the way that war forces you to do that. Now, having said that, I do think that that the crisis, I do think that 9/11 did produce changes that have brought us to where we are now. And I think those changes are not the ones that anybody really imagined. And I think the principal change has to do with the rise of political contestation in the United States itself and in other Western states. So that you now have many of the core issues as fundamental issues about political legitimacy, about national identity, and about the role that these states should be playing in the international order, that fundamental consensus has now been fractured. And it's been fractured as much as anything else because of how those states responded to 9/11. And I think that if you combine that with other factors that didn't have anything to do with 9/11, but have been clear characteristics of the past 20 years, and that is the enormous rise of China, what you have is you have a shifting balance of power between the United States and China, but you have political fragmentation within the United States and other leading Western states. And that has meant that as much as anything else, it's turned these states inwards to themselves. And I think that, so then when we talk about the things that continue, that remain the same, for example, problems of inequality. Now, these problems of global inequality, as we know, I don't need to tell anybody in this audience, these have been long-term structural issues in the international system. But now what we see is that inequality has a much more complex and variegated form, and that inequality is capable of disrupting the very nature of the leading states themselves. Right? And I think that the issues that we have today are a response to changes that have occurred over the past 20 years. I hope that answers the question.
Well, that is satisfying enough. Still more opportunity for those who would like to raise questions. Okay, Nabila.
Good morning, Professor Christian Reus-Smit. Thank you very much, Pak Muhadi, for the opportunity. You did mention about the changes of international order. Sorry, it's lagging. Am I audible?
We're breaking up a little bit.
Hello?
Maybe you can speak closer to your microphone.
I'm so sorry. Apologies. Yeah.
Maybe
my internet connection is
just turn off the camera. Probably it will help.
Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Apologies for not turning on the camera because of my internet. But yeah, I would like to ask about the institutional capacity, as you mentioned before. You gave an example of the difference between the US and a case of, if I was not wrong, it was Kerala in India, I think, in how you said that they respond better with the public policy implemented in there. Could you probably elaborate more on that? Because based on my understanding of conceptualization of institutional capacity, of incapacity, I think a strong institutional capacity people would probably refer more to the US than it is in India, as an example. Although you did mention about the rise of right-wing nationalism as well, so I would like to know whether that actually relates to one another. Thank you very much.
Okay, you can directly respond, Chris.
Okay, Nabila, that's a fantastic question and a really interesting one. So one of the things that I'd start with is, and this has nothing to do with the pandemic, is that international relations scholars always think about the United States as a strong state. But comparative political scientists have always understood the United States to be a weak state. Not a failed state, but a weak state, a state that has weak national institutional capacity internally. It has a political system that is designed deliberately in its constitutional arrangements to limit the ability of the federal government to act. Now, what we've seen on top of all of that is we've seen also a breakdown over many, many years of core institutions within the United States. This extends everything from the basic infrastructure of the United States through to its health system, which is, as many people know, it's a heavily privatized health system. The public health system is underfunded. It varies greatly from one state to another. And then if you overlay the political contestation and polarization in the United States now, what you actually have is a real inability of the United States to institute national policies internally and to have them implemented evenly across the state. So the United States actually paradoxically is a state that has problematic institutional capacity. Now, I was drawing on the example of Kerala because Kerala is very interesting in an Indian context, because through the history of the pandemic, the Keralan government has adopted very systematic, very rational use of its health resources, of its public policy capacity. It's provided very clear public policy information. Presently, at the moment, it has the highest rate of vaccination in India at present. For a long time, it had the lowest infection rate. That's changed recently because of Delta, but it still has one of the lowest hospitalization rates. And so in an Indian context, right, and we are talking about a developing country, so we are talking about, that has limited institutional capacity because of its developmental level, but nonetheless has been able to, those institutions have functioned effectively in a way that contrasts, I think, with the United States. So the point I wanted to make is that I think when we think about institutional capacity, it's important not to see this as being something that is necessarily a north-south issue. Actually, some of the worst COVID management of the COVID crisis has happened in Western or Northern countries. And I think it's important for us to think about it in that respect. And I think the US-Kerala contrast is quite a nice one in that regard.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chris. I will open the floor for the second part. Now, this is the second part of the question and answer. Any question? Please raise your hand. Alif again? Yes. Okay.
Mas Muhadi.
Oh, Vicky. Okay. Let Alif first give the question, and then I will give the time to you, the opportunity to you, Vicky. Alif.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Muhadi, and sorry, Chris, for asking a question again. It seems that you have defined international order as a configuration of political authority, if I'm not misinterpreting your lecture before. But then in the latter part of your lecture, you mentioned about inequality. My question is, how would you conceptualize the idea of international order and its relations with inequality? How inequality fits into your idea of international order? That would be my question, Pak Muhadi and Chris.
Okay, thank you very much, Alif. Vicky?
Thank you, Mas Muhadi. thank you, Chris, for your provoking thesis. I find out the arguments that you raise like it's very crucial, especially for me and many other friends who are really concerned with the questions of really concerned with the question of the relation between international order and how capitalism works.
Vicky, your audio.
Am I audible now, Mas Mahdi?
Very unclear. Could you please turn your mic, your camera off? Probably will help.
Okay, Mas.
Yeah.
Am I audible now?
Yes. Just try.
Okay. Okay. Chris, thank you for your crucial thesis that I think it provokes us to think seriously about, in my view, at least for me, to think about the relationship between international order and how capitalism works. I think that the implication of your explanation, especially when you respond to the questions of that now it is not, you are quite doubting the notion that now the time of the end of the neoliberalism. I am absolutely agree on your position, but I want you to explore more to answer the question. If not the end of neoliberalism, so what? It is the deepening of neoliberalism or another kind of neoliberalism being emerged from this in post-pandemic world. Now, my point is this also a question or draw our attention to challenge, if not to challenge, to reformulate our discussion about international global order, which maybe for years now been detached from the questions about capitalism, about the global corporations who are in or who have been being consolidated around the issues of technology, of monopolizing resources and so forth. I mean, when we are looking at what the World Economic Forum has developed in the last few years before the pandemic came last year. So I just to help us understanding the relation between this challenging for global international order and how this capitalism affect the way the state or works and superpower in contest, and how they are or are they actually the forces behind this geopolitical contest, and then changing our notion, our discussion about the extent to which neoliberalism is ending or is prolonging. Thank you, Chris.
Okay, thank you very much, Vicky. And there is one more question. The person, she could not speak herself because she is in an environment which is very noisy. I will read the question that she is presenting. Previously stated about international order history and international orders today, and even crisis of international order and inequality. Her question is how countries in particular can concur or to be involved a lot in policy making in international orders. One of the reasons that the southern countries do not have the same mission contained in an organization or regime that is able to match the developed countries. So this is something to do with inequality and the inability of the southern countries to take part in the decision-making process in international order. Chris.
Okay, well, I'll just, so I don't forget them, I'll answer those questions in reverse order. So, I'll quickly answer. I mean, they're all great questions. The question about the ability of southern states to influence the international order, I think one of the things that, first of all, I begin by acknowledging that this has been a real problem, and it's clearly a crucial issue for constructing a more equitable international order going forward. But having said that, I think that there are, we now have research that is coming forward that is showing actually the extraordinary influence that Southern countries, particularly early post-colonial states, had on shaping the post-1945 international order. Eric Helleiner has done terrific research on the role of non-Western developing countries on the early development of the Bretton Woods institutions. My own work has shown the influence of non-Western developing post-colonial countries on the development of the international human rights regime. And I think it's important to see, first of all, to think about the ways in which Southern states historically have been able to shape the international order in very important ways, and to see what we can learn from that history. The second thing is that I think the present situation does create opportunities. And I think those opportunities have to do with the question of knowledge and leadership. At the moment, we have an international order in which the institutions are failing on multiple fronts. And this is in part a product of a lack of leadership from the states that have traditionally led. In each of those contexts, and we can think about this at multiple levels, in each of these contexts, it's not just a crisis of leadership, it's a crisis of ideas. People talk about the failings of the rules-based international order, but they have no ideas about how to reform or change that order. And I think this gives an opportunity for creative diplomacy and agency from Southern states to actually fill that vacuum by rethinking what these institutions could look like in a context where that thinking is not being done by the states that were the traditional leaders of that order. So I think there are opportunities there, and I think that in some sense, the sort of upheavals of the order creates opportunities in that space for creative forms of agency and diplomacy. I'll move on to Vicky's question on capitalism. So I think I'm not an economic determinist, and so I resist arguments that try to reduce international politics to the dynamics of capitalism. So I don't think that we can make arguments about that, for example, would reduce competition between the United States and China to some product of capitalism or even anything to do with the agency of multinational corporations. Now, having said that, I think that there's two very interesting trends that are occurring. First of all, there's a background condition and then two interesting trends. The background condition is that the capitalist world economy is not functioning all that well at the moment. It's moving from crisis or bust to boom cycles at an increasingly narrow rate. The second thing is that the nature of the capitalist world economy since the Second World War has been heavily shaped by states. It's not capitalism, and the nature of capitalism has been shaped by the institutions to regulate the global economy that states created. It's been shaped since the 1980s by the neoliberal policies of states. So capitalism doesn't occur in a political vacuum. Now, at the same time, we also see particularly a new trend, increasing trend, is actually to give political and legal authority to multinational corporations. So we're seeing actually a shifting of political authority, but this is a shifting that is actually licensed by states themselves. So there's actually a complex relationship between what I call the organization of political authority and the nature of capitalism. And that's a relationship that we need to understand. But we need to understand it in a context where capitalism is becoming increasingly unstable globally. And then to come to Alif's question, which has to do with the relationship between international order and inequality. I think the first thing to note is that international orders are ways of organizing, in my view, are ways of organizing political authority regionally or globally. But there's nothing to say that those orders have to be equal, right? In fact, historically, international orders have been deeply unequal. They have, for example, often been highly exclusionary. So even international orders that use the language, for example, of sovereign equality, also make decisions about which peoples and which polities will be recognized as sovereign in the first place. So international orders can be highly exclusionary. They can also have hierarchies built into them. So sovereign equality can sit side by side with some states having more rights than other states have. Now, so inequality, even at the level of the distribution of political authority, can actually, and usually is, hardwired into the organization of an international order. So I think those two things can actually historically sit together. Now, of course, a crucial question is, at what point does inequality create demands for change and therefore instability in an international order? And I actually think that we're seeing now at multiple levels how inequality is producing political instability in the international order. And I think understanding that is really important for understanding what's happening in the international order today. So I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you very much, Chris. Unfortunately, we are running out of the time and I will not be able to offer another floor. Well, this was still very curious, but I think there will be another opportunity to talk to you and discuss with you about your ideas on the issue. So thank you very much for your participation and for your sharing of your ideas, Chris. And I hope you enjoy also the discussion, and hopefully we will be disturbing you by our next invitation. Thank you very much, Chris. And dear participants, we will end this session for a break until 1 o'clock. So take your time and see you later in less than an hour. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I give the floor back to Mariola, to the MC. Okay, bye-bye everyone. See you later.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the conference sessions again. First of all, thanks for waiting, and we do apologize for the inconvenience. We have just received the news that the speaker that supposedly speak here at this moment is now in the hospital, and the staff has just received this news too. So we are sorry for this inconvenience. And we have two options. First, we can discuss further of what we have discussed in the previous sessions. Otherwise, we will move to the next sessions, to the panel discussions. The links for the panel discussions will be shown in the chat box, so you could join the panel sessions at 2 p.m. But if you have some things to deepen the things that we have discussed this morning, feel free to discuss now, and Pak Muhadi will lead us to the sessions. And I think we will use this, if you are interested, we will use this moment to deepen what we have discussed this morning. Pak Muhadi, floor is yours.
Thank you, Pak Aim. Welcome back, everyone, and good afternoon. Yes, it is very unfortunate indeed that the designated speaker on this session is not available with us because of the health problem, that he is now in the hospital and cannot be asked to come to the conference. So as Pak Aim has suggested, we have two options. Either we can have discussion, more intensive discussion, although Pak Hasan and also Pak Chris are not here with us, but we can take the points that Pak Hasan has had in the presentation, as well as Chris' presentation, to deepen the discussion and dialogue among us to better understand what's have been discussed so far. Because in the previous session, part of this session, I guess there were so many people who did not have a chance to raise their hand and didn't have any opportunity to raise any questions. So it is the good opportunity for you to raise your question, your response, and discuss among ourselves in this session. Otherwise, as Pak Aim suggested, you can move to the panel session on at 4 o'clock in more than 30 minutes. So, do you have any suggestion? Should we proceed with the session by having discussion?
Yes, I think so. It would be more fruitful to have like an open discussion. So now I think it's time for an open discussion where everybody have a chance not only to raise the questions, but also to make comments and reflections on the issues that we have discussed, Pak Muhadi.
Yeah. So let's start with what we have taken from the two speakers. I think as far as I understand from both speakers, that the pandemics, it is very clearly a pandemic is a global problem, a common challenge to humanity, common challenge to human the community of nations. But in fact, despite the fact that it has been declared as a global pandemic, and this global pandemics need a global action, concerted common action. What happened was that instead of having common action, international community tend to be fragmented, and even more fragmented than before, because what happened was the strengthening of the tendency of the global order prior to pandemics. as such, the emergence of what's so-called vaccine diplomacy clearly indicate that unilateralism as well as nationalism has been stronger than before. So it is quite interesting for me to learn that even Christian Reus-Smit seems to suggest that yes, it is the strengthening of the existing pattern of the more or less fragmentation of international community into the community of sovereign states. And Pak Hasan also in different ways also indicated that what we need is to strengthen the global leadership to bring us toward the concerted action, toward the common action to combat the global pandemic as a global risk. So while at the international, at the academia, we are talking about global risk, the risk that face us a human being as an entity of the global community, but in fact, the sense of community response is not there to see during the global pandemic. So this is the challenge that we are facing today with regard to the pandemic. So when we reflect to what will happen, what kind of international order beyond the pandemic, the two speakers seems to be in agreement that the international order beyond the pandemic is not dramatically changed international order. It is the same as the existing global order. And even the first speaker for this session also seems to indicate and question what kind of global order beyond the pandemic. Nothing changed. So the pattern of inequality, the pattern of the centrality of the fragmentation of international community into political entity with called national states are still very much determining in the international order after the pandemic has gone. Of course, the pandemic will pass, will be over, will end sooner or later. But the question is, what is the impact of this pandemic to the next global order after the pandemic ended? So all the speakers seem to be very pessimistic about the emergence of a better global order, global international order beyond the pandemic, because of the strength of the impact of the existing structure of international politics, international order, in the way in which international community make decision of how to respond, even what's so-called the global pandemic, which actually need the global action, the global concerted action. WHO as the main component of the global health governance, for example, seems to be very paralyzed in responding to pandemic. Not because the WHO is not capable, is incapable, and even the Director General of WHO is someone which is very capable and sometimes even more progressive than other people are thinking of. But it is because of the progressive nature of this Director General of WHO, then it is quite inconvenient for the existing power to allow WHO to operate more freely. So this is also one example of the way in which the existing international global order will persist after the pandemic ends. So that's my impression, and the introduction to the discussion that we can have this session while the speaker we are waiting for is actually unable to attend this session. It's a very unfortunate situation, but it should not be left unused this session, because we have the opportunity to discuss more on the issue. Okay, I would like to invite your comment or your response.
Mas.
Yes, Vicky.
Thank you, Mas Madi. I think insofar as I attend the discussions the last 1 hour or more on the presentations of Chris presentation, and I take a look at the Vijay presentation. There's a quite big difference approach being used or being employed to understand global ordering and disordering and its effects or its impact on the importance of our talking about global South. I think in Vijay we are talking about political economy of ordering and disordering, and we talk about war, we talk about what I terms then when I engage Chris, I'm talking about capitalism. Actually, that's what Vijay is emphasizing more than Chris. But Chris also emphasized the importance of political natures of this ordering. I mean, talking about political history of this sovereignty and also transnationalism in the form of the state relations. And I think it's all of these two strands or these two approaches are important. But the question is whether we still go on in this kind of two streams in thinking about ordering and disordering, or we have to explore the possibility of finding out common ground between these approaches to make more sense about to what extent in this pandemic and post-pandemic world politics, we are still witnessing this ordering and disordering. Whether or we can say that in post-pandemic world, I especially I don't believe in the fact that there will be a post-pandemic world. I think the world will be in pandemic forever. I mean, pandemic not in the case of virus, but I mean we live in the concept of political as crisis, crisis as a epistemology of global politics, and this is a very dangerous game that we bring out now. And then that's why I think if we are not want to get lost in the discussion about global ordering in the political sense in one sense, and then global ordering in political economy in the other sense, then there's a need here to find out the common ground, because in my view, especially, and then I will be presenting that tomorrow, concerning the fact that I think now it's the time to think about this possibility to see, in the first place, to see the sovereignty of the state, and then we can talk about the superpowers contest based upon this political realism. But on the other sense, we need to think about this primacy of or the increasing or the growing influence and power of these transnational forces that lurking behind or drafting behind the seat of the sovereignty of the state, which now we are witnessing through in the contest between China and China and its alliance, and America and its all alliance in NATO and European Union. So in all this discussion, then I think in my view, and I think it is our task to Mas Aim and Mas Nadip, Mas Muadi, to explore to what extent then this kind of approach will affect our discussion about global South. That's my point. What kind of global South we are thinking or we are imagining when we are using this approach, like Chris approach, and what kind of global South when we are what kind of global South as consequence we are using this Vijay's concept of political economy of ordering and disordering. That's my point, but just to emphasize the point that Mas Muhadi raised.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vicky. I would like to invite any other comments and respond.
Okay, Pak Muhadi, I would like to add something to follow up on Vicky's statement that we need to build, a common ground on how do we imagine global South in the context of pandemic and its aftermath. We have two, basic of understandings taken from today's discussion. The first one is focusing on the political economic foundations for building up the, solidarity and interconnections of things that may build up into what we call as global South. And on the other hand, we have from Chris, we learned much on how the pandemic transformed the global order, about the possibilities and impossibilities of the pandemic in changing the power relations of the global order. The things is this. I'm interested in particularly when Chris actually admit himself that he is not really interested in political economic analysis in the sense in a deterministic ways. But the things that is true from Chris, and I think this relates to the Vicky's questions too, is that it is true that capitalism had transformed itself into diverse and complex manifestations. And in regard to the pandemic, for example, in 2020, don't forget, CEOs and leaders of powerful, great powers in World Economic Forum, they launched the idea of so-called Great Reset. That take that pandemic as a window of opportunity to change the world, to regulate the world into a single, logic of global order. In that way, it's true that perhaps we could not imagine capitalism as it was, in common imaginations of capitalism in 19th century. But in newest manifestations in the context of the pandemic, how, for example, the dilemma of health and economy was the response and become the basis for global and national pandemic governance that treat politics, society, and economy through the logic of emergency. In the logic of emergency, there is no transparency. In the logic of emergency, democracy can be suspended. And this resulted into, a very dynamic tractions within societies. People protest in Indonesia, people protest in India, and other parts of the world will shape the frontiers of contestations, what we call as global North and global South. Perhaps we will not witness the things like 1970s when global South countries built it bloc political alliance and creating a new form of and proposing a new form of international order as it was in 1970s with the new international economic order, because the state or the state the systems of state sovereignty are now transformed into one single logic. But it could not be neglected that people on the grounds are moving. Okay, and this I think will bring about the more complex issues when we talk about and imagining about global South. That to what extent, for example, state or systems of sovereignties could be a basis for analysis in developing global South studies in situations where states just reproduce the single logic of the empire, at least in the case of global and national pandemic governance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more response? I find that it is quite interesting that people talk about different things when it comes to what determines what. On the one hand, we tend to focus on the importance of the great power or global power like the US and then the European Union member countries and so on and so on. And the other, talk about the capacity of capitalism. So this is quite interesting. It seems that we are talking about chicken and egg. Which one is the first cause and affecting what? Because some people believe that even capitalism, like Christian Reus-Smit, believe that capitalism is not working in the vacuum. It is possible to develop capitalism as far as the state policy allow capitalism to work. But on the other hand, there are people who are focusing on the power of capitalism to steer the policy of the state. So this is quite interesting point to discuss, in which how exactly capitalism and the policymaker are interacting to bring about a single logic to rule the world. And for that purpose, is probably Gramsci has a good example of the thinker who tried to combine how the work of capitalists and as well as the policymaker go hand in hand to create one particular correctness in the international order. So this is something that needs to be explored to an extent, or how the connection between political economy and the policy making process at the interstate level are taking place. So this is something that we really need to explore further. Because I think we should avoid being trapped into the kind of determinism in the analytical process that we have, by saying that global capitalism is the driving force of all this policy in the global level. The international global order is determined by global capitalism. And I don't want to say either that it is because of the global power like the US and the European Union who are determining the growth of international global order. So the connection between the global capitalism and the global political power in the global order need to be discussed, how they relate each other, especially when we look at what interests which bring them together. It is quite interesting to show us. And when we are talking about the global south is a very, very big category which can be all encompassing. So I'm afraid that we cannot formulate one single response on the name of the global south, because global south is a very big category and everyone can talk about global south in different ways. Just remember, I had a comment to Vijay this morning that while Vijay talked a lot more on the inequality among nations, but in fact, what constitutes global south can take place in the global south as well as in the global north. There are global north in the global south, and there are global south in the north as well. So it's very complex and very complicated. So in the name of global south, there can be a wide range of action that may take different form or different kind of resistance, but they can be categorized or put together under the heading of the global south. Well, more response. This is a kind of discussion. I'm not presenting the idea, because I simply share my thought, and you are invited also to share your thought.
Mas Madi, if that.
Yes. Okay.
Or other participant want to respond, Mas Madi? Not
Let's invite other participants first, Vicky, before you have the chance again. Anyone? Okay, otherwise you can proceed, Vicky.
Yeah, Mas Mari, actually, this is also the point that requires clarifications. Is that when we talk about capitalism, and I think also I can say the mistake that not most, but many political Marxists make when they are talking about capitalism. And I think now, when we talk about capitalism, there are numbers of thinkers and also political activists from this tradition that thinks the capitalism has transformed, and it's such transformation also since the very start being part of this very constitutions of political history and political sovereignty, including the history of the global ordering when talking about the relation between the state. One of the notions or one of the concept is the concept of empire. When we are talking about global order, and we need to look at global order as exercise of the empire over others, rather than as being assumed that it's equal in the first place, and then the problem is on the the know-how of the relationship or some technicality. So that's, I think, the point of the Vijay. But okay, but as Mas Muhadi mentioned, that we need to look at the complexity in this on our conceptual categorization between north and south. I'm sorry, south and north, because in the north there's a south too, and the south and but also it's a very tricky concept too, Mas Muhadi. It's a binary because if we use that concept, means that we still enlives this kind of Orientalisms. I mean, we think south meaning backward, lagging behind, and so here the point that I want to make, Mas Muhadi, just to respond to you, and time is that take a look at the current contest between United States and China today. So, in my short view on that, my short knowledge on that, or brief review on how people debate on this issue. Sorry, I think those proponents of the state sovereignty or geopolitics keep thinking that this is still a contest between two superpower, or I mean from unipolarity to multipolarity. But the notion of changing from unipolarity of one empire, United States, is at the head of the helmet, and then we have China as parameters or as a proxy for this multipolarity, because behind China or beside China we have Iran, we have Venezuela, we have Russia, with Turkey with its unclear position every years especially in the current years. But the point that this proponent want to make is that still talking about the state, exercise of the state, instead of maybe there's some truth in the for example in the thought of for example Michael Hudson, or even David Harvey, or even Spaghetti, or even Vijay, for example, in thinking that no, there's now the conflict between China and Russia is the conflict between industrial capitalism on the behalf of China, and we have finance capitalism in the behalf of United States, or in the West in general, which we are now witnessing. They are in the crisis, especially in talking about what's going on in the few years in the last few years in Europe before the pandemic came. I mean, there's contraction, democracy and oligarchy. I mean, we can debate, Pak Muhadi, about it concerning the democratic role of the or democratic legitimacy of this European Union, because we have Brexit and so forth. And it's also, we need to take a look about the people protest concerning the policies of the European Union, which people think that mostly serve the interest of the global finance capitalism rather than people interest. That's why we have Brexit in the first place. Though there's a debate that Brexit is a far right sentiment, which still debated too. So my point is that while we need to look seriously about the fact that we have World Economic Forum, which drives or it shapes our debate in the last few years about what is needed in the world today in terms of economic, ecology, even politics. This group in the World Economic Forum, they are not focusing, as far as I follow them, I watch them, focusing on talking about state sovereignty. But the way they deal with the state sovereignty or shaping it, it's very, very interesting to see, because they try to shape through the global or talking about the global order, talking about the world or as a planet level rather than as talking about state level, in order to avoid being entrapped in a democratic question by the people about their role in each state. So we need to question this too. That's why I think this discussion this today that I attend is very important, because it's also drive us or direct us or stimulate us to see these two strands of approach might be in need of rethinking to find a common ground and shape our understanding about global south, though it's remain open to be reshaped. What we have to what we need to understand about the global south, and even to understanding about the global north itself.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Vicky. Okay, the organizer reminded me that there will be a panel session at 2 o'clock. So then, unless there are still people who would like to jump into the discussion, then I would like to stop the session here to give you the time to move to another sessions.
And the link for the next sessions is, have been uploaded in the chat box, so everyone could just, jump into the room.
Okay. No more urgent intervention. Okay. If not, then let's close this session. Thank you very much for your attention and your active participation. And I hope you enjoy the discussion, despite the fact that the speaker we are expecting to present his thought is not here, but it should not reduce the importance of this session itself. So I hope you enjoy the session. And again, thank you very much, and have a nice discussion in the next panel. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Pak Muhadi and others.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.